In the street, I'm just going to be doing this quest. First things first, I need to make my phone start charging. I'm looking to get a new phone, hopefully this week. Example of being continuously slowing down my phone, and now basically it doesn't charge. I have to do a whole lot of fuckery to get it to charge, which is really problematic for me, so...
The mountain air is so refreshing! It makes Paimon feel like she could float around all day and never get tired! Cream! Gummies! Fuel fruit! Huh? Did you hear that? Sunshine! Blue skies! Good vibes! Right? So Paimon wasn't just hearing things. That voice sounds really familiar. Well, we've got the time.
I can't quite tell who that is. There's two people on my mind.
What are they doing here?
What's in?
Navia, Clarande!
You two?
Well, if it isn't my dear partners. See, I told you that something good was going to happen during our travels today. I have to say, sometimes the Steambird's astrology column is spot on.
It's just your lucky day.
Quite frankly, to me it sounded like Layla. Layla's like one of the few characters we've actually heard shout in the game. And I thought, if anything, that sounds like Layla.
Are you guys also here to catch the festivities? Oh, and that reminds me. Happy Lantern Rite.
Happy Lantern Rite.
Happy Lantern Rite to you too! Wait, if you're here for Lantern Rite, then what are you doing on top of this deserted mountain? And that voice we heard, that was you, right, Navia?
Oh, impressive. You could tell it was me from that far away. You've got good ears.
That or your voice is just really loud.
Well, of course it is. After all, I'm a boss.
Indeed. I suppose it's an asset.
Sure is! Having a loud voice is a handy tool when it comes to communication. Wait. That wasn't even Paimon's point. Paimon just wants to know why you two were shouting from the top of this deserted mountain. There was something about almonds, maybe? And buell fruit? Ooh, is it some sort of secret code?
No, it's not a code. The words are meaningless.
Perhaps.
I might see more of Star Rail later today.
Shouting
I'm
was
not sure.
very meaningful indeed. That's just what mountain climbers do, right? After all the hard work it takes to make it to the top.
But the more I
as you
think about
stand
it, the
on the
less
summit
I
looking
want
out
to
at the vast
start having to
scenery,
do fucking
it's
trans
not
domains and
easy to
shit in
resist the
Star
urge
Rail.
to release
But so
those
far I've had a lot of
emotions.
fun with it. Just because, I mean, resin spending was as simple as choosing, do I want weapon materials or do I want character? Do I want XP books or do I want weapon XP? And that was it. And I do appreciate it. It seems that the characters share. From what I can tell, the game doesn't have talent books. They've merged, in Star Rail, they've merged talent books and weapon ascension materials, I think. So that cuts out a part of it. But it still doesn't change the fact you still have to spend resin on so many fucking things. I mean, quite frankly, I just don't get why they do that. I'm fine with, like, resin existing, but why does it have to be fucking everything? Because I get it, it's to make people keep playing the game. But you can make people keep playing the game just by having one thing you have to obtain via resin. You don't need to have 10 different fucking types of resources. Just character ascension materials would be enough. What I would prefer is a more unified material. I would prefer one type of material for everything character related, so all traces, all ascensions, and one type of material for weapons. ascensions and everything. So is that really far off from what is already in the game? Which, the thing is, like, Star Rail has trance domains as we just unlocked them. It has artifact farming, it has credit, it has ley lines. It also has trance domains which give you weapons rather than the ascension rewards. I think overall it does actually have more things to spend resin on, which I'm not a fan of. But I'm just sick of it. I'm willing to do it for Genshin still, because I've been doing it for so long with Genshin, but I don't feel like doing it all again, basically.
Exactly. You get me, partner. I was afraid that it would cause a disturbance, so I asked the locals around here, and they said it was fine. Apparently most hikers like to shout when they get to the top, so the locals are used to it by now. So, you see, it's not just me. I guess everyone shouts from the top of a mountain at some point in their life.
Speak for yourself.
When you're stressed, don't you ever just get the urge to do something for no reason?
Not really. If I ever get stressed, I just go hunting.
Oh, that's a pretty good way to relieve stress.
I just realised Cloren's totally cosplaying Kafka. Kafka? I say Kafka, fuck you.
What I choose to hunt depends on my mood.
And Kafka herself is Yelan, but if she was the main character.
Anyway, why don't you two give it a try?
They are actually wearing
Shout anything you want.
wearing very
it's a real
similar
stress
things.
reliever.
They're both wearing black with some kind of tights. They both have like a... How do I describe that? What actually is that? Their white shirt coming out like that. And is that I don't know what... I don't know clothing, especially not women's clothing. So I don't know. They both have something draped over their shoulders as well.
As long as Paimon has clothes on her back and food in her belly, Paimon doesn't think there's any stress that needs relieving.
Oh, I bet you guys are just too embarrassed to let loose. No need to be shy. Even Farina was shouting from the top of this mountain earlier.
Huh? Did Paimon hear that right? Farina's also here? In Chaoyang Village?
Believe in your ears. It is indeed as you heard. Actually, the reason we climbed this mountain in the first place was also because we heard the sound of shouting.
Yes, we could just about make out someone yelling things like, "Help me!" and "What should I do?" So we hurried up here to check it out.
I think that's a really good Farina impression.
And what do you know? Miss Farina was standing right there, all red in the face. She practically sprinted back down the mountain the minute she saw us.
Ah, that reminds me. I believe what she actually said was, "So help me, I will figure out what I should do about this script."
So, you could actually hear what she was saying? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought someone was really in trouble.
I figured we would come check out the situation either way. Why not let her keep some privacy?
Oh, seems like you caught Farina in the middle of some stress relief as well.
Clarenda's also a violent character, so both... Yeah, Clarenda's literally Kafka, but blue.
She probably would have never thought... No, she definitely would have never thought she would run into anyone she knew all the way out here.
I think so. We ran into Nervalet on the way here as well, but he was already on his way back, so they probably weren't together.
What? Nervalet was here too? What was he doing here?
Someone's
It
just
couldn't
if
have
they're
been
trying
for
to market
vacation.
banners.
I think it just might have been, actually. But apparently he only stayed for half a day before heading back. He's a very busy man.
Neuvillette is not the type to take much time off. Taking even a half day for himself is already a huge step in the right direction.
Didn't Charlotte publish an article on the Liyue tea industry recently? Maybe he was inspired to come buy some tea after reading that article. You know, just like you were.
My situation is completely different. I'm here because I was asked to accompany you. The tea purchase is simply an added bonus of this location.
You Fontanians and your tea drinking.
Oh, it's not for me. I lost a bet with Ridesley, and now I have to buy him something. It was just a spur-of-the-moment sort of bet. Ridesley gets really invested in that sort of thing, but he couldn't care less about what he wins in the end. You could give him mint plants that you plucked from the side of the road, and he wouldn't even mind.
If only he was that easygoing when it came to talking business. In any case, I'm pretty sure the tea you bought is this region's specialty. What is it called again? Nervalette even mentioned it earlier. Yes, that's the one.
You didn't really buy 10 boxes, did you?
Please, do I look like someone who would fall for that sort of marketing trap?
That reminds me. You guys said you only came up here because you heard my voice, right? I hope it didn't put you out. You must have had other plans for the day.
Oh, that's right. Who tell?
I really love, you can really tell these characters from like a different country here. Their outfits look out of place? Kind of.
A few days ago,
Out of place
we
in a
heard
good
that
way.
a friend was going to
You
be
can
in
tell they're
Chaoying
foreign
Village,
to this
so
place.
we decided to come and see if we could run into her.
Oh dear. We've been chatting for quite some time. I'm sorry for keeping you.
I like when this quest is to find
That's
Hu Tao.
good.
We should probably head out and look for Hu Tao.
No need to stay on our account. We just got up here, so we're gonna stay around for a little longer.
Go and meet your friend. We can meet up in Chaoying Village later.
Sounds good. We're gonna head down the mountain then. See you later.
What do I have to do to get you to yell from the top of this mountain? Name your price.
You really want to hear it that bad, huh?
I'm
I should
just
get home
curious
the next
is
time
all.
around and then
I have a
switch
feeling
Hu
you'll
Tao
say
to
something amazing.
sounds.
I will pass. I prefer to let
That should be
actions
a
speak
massive
louder
damage
than
improvement.
words.
Didn't mean to switch to Tao. Right, now let's switch to Hu. Is there any room for improvement in my existing build? Oh yeah, okay. Sands is our weak point.
Go! Hup, with
I just maxed out my monster reputation. So I've maxed out every country's reputation. And I can actually platinum the game. If I get a couple of Inazuma, like hidden Inazuma achievements. I think I'm going to Google those and do those later. I'd love to have Genshin platinumed. Wait.
Chaoying Village is known for its tea, but you
Is
know
that who
what
I
else
think it
they
is?
have with tea? That's right, dim sum! Didn't Gaming say something about dim sum being eaten in the morning? Oh, Paimon wonders if we can still get some at this time of day. Oh, well that's fine too, Paimon. Now let's see what kind of yummy things we can find. Paimon's not seeing things,
Oh my
is
god.
she? Is that Farina standing between Zhongli and Hu Tao?
Rina, John Lee, and Hu Tao sharing a scene. Okay, this should be a banger. I never thought this would happen. Oh my god. Hu Tao and Frida. There's the amount of chaos that could happen with these three characters in a scene. I would love to see that. Also, with two Archons interacting. Okay, please cook. Please cook this.
Wonder what they're talking about. Zhongli knows a lot of stuff. Maybe he's telling Farina about Chaoying Village. Oh, or maybe Hu Tao is trying to rope Farina into being one of her clients. Hey, this isn't the Fortress of Meropide. But Paimon could be convinced for the right price. Let's say loser buys the winner 3 huge bowls of seafood kanji. Since Zhongli is there, Paimon bets things are pretty tame. It's decided then. Paimon votes for tour guide Zhongli. Alright, no time to waste. Let's go see who's right. Good afternoon, Hu Tao, Zhongli, and Farina! Oh, great. Now Paimon's shouting too.
Oh, well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Seems like our luck just keeps on growing.
That we were able to meet you both without prior arrangement must mean that this is quite the serendipitous meeting indeed.
Huh? Oh, so both of you are acquainted with the Traveler and Paimon then?
Looks like someone's learned a thing or two from Zhongli.
I must admit, I'm a bit surprised to see you here, Traveler. But seeing as you're a hero who's been all over Teyvat, it makes sense that you would be well-traveled and well-connected. Since we have found ourselves in each other's company within this fertile land, allow me to take this opportunity to wish you a happy Lantern Rite.
It appears you have been to Fontaine then. Given your proclivity to spread good deeds wherever you go, it's no surprise that you would make the acquaintance of a celebrity as illustrious and celebrated as Miss Farina.
That's quite high praise. What I mean to say is, you flatter me, Mr. Zhongli. Although I've built up a certain following within Fontaine, it is no reflection of strength or wisdom. I stand before you right now as nothing more than an ordinary traveler in search of beautiful scenery and creative inspiration. There is definitely more to Mr. Zhongli than meets the eye. I could tell as much from our conversation earlier. Given his breadth of knowledge on both academic and worldly matters, there's no way he hasn't heard about what happened in Fontaine. Is he just feigning ignorance for my benefit?
No. You're no common tourist. I simply won't have you talk about yourself that way.
Huh? Does that mean Hu Tao also knows?
You may not have heard, friends, but...
Miss Hu Tao.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients.
Yep.
Okay, you win. Guess Paimon will have to break into the hidden stash at the bottom of her shoe.
Huh? What's this about winning something?
Don't tell me. You two were placing bets on us.
Nuh-uh! We just saw you guys standing on the side of the road and couldn't help but take guesses as to what you were talking about.
Oh, I see. That means you, my friend, must have guessed that I was trying to promote my business to Miss Farina. That I do, my friend. What was Paimon's guess then?
Paimon thought Zhongli was showing the newbie around.
By newbie, you mean me, right?
If that's the case, then Paimon's guess was also correct.
Oh, that's right. Mr. Zhongli was telling me about some great sightseeing spots in the area.
Ha! You see? Paimon was right too! Since both of our guesses were right, there can't be a winner or a loser. Hey, don't be upset, Traveler. How about this? You buy Paimon a bowl, and Paimon will also buy you a bowl. As for the third bowl...
Since I was the subject of the bet, perhaps it should go to me? You know, as a congratulations for the huge deal I just struck. I was just joking. Anyway, I should be the one treating you. The funeral parlor is about to bring in quite the sum after all.
Oh, Paimon almost forgot to ask about the most important question. Something happen recently, Farina?
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, you know, with you enlisting the services of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor and all.
Oh, well, yes.
Really? Oh no. Paimon is so sorry for your loss. Although Paimon may have not known the person, please accept Paimon's deepest...
Whoa, it's not like that, Paimon.
Huh? But Paimon just thought, since you hired the services of a funeral parlor and all... Hey, it's not that big of a stretch.
Really, Paimon? It's not like you don't know me. Do I look like I know anyone who would ask me to coordinate their funeral? Miss Hu Tao is simply helping prepare some props for my film. Not too long ago, I read a collection of horror stories from Liyue. The content was spectacular. In fact, I still feel the need to sleep with the light on even now. Anyway, that's not the point. Now that Fontaine's biggest star has returned to the stage, I figured it's about time the industry enjoyed a breath of fresh air. Hey, that's pretty good. I'll have to remember that for my ad posters.
Oh, Paimon sees. That makes a lot of sense. So, did you come to Liyue just to enlist the services of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor?
Well, not exactly. My original plan was to just relax and enjoy the sights. But then I ran into Miss Hu Tao and Mr. Zhongli, and well, you know the rest. I suppose it was meant to be.
It was a fated meeting indeed.
Zhongli sure loves his lofty turns of phrase. But if you ask me, it's all thanks to that man who stopped to ask for directions.
Oh? Who was it?
It's someone you know. Wanna take a guess? What? How did you guess that on your first try?
Very impressive, my friend. Your guessing game is spot on today.
Huh. Paimon never thought Neuvillette would be the type to get lost.
I'm sure he didn't get lost. Even I was able to find my way to this place without any trouble. He was already getting ready to leave by the time I arrived. He just wanted to ask someone about the quickest way to get back to Fontaine.
Yup, that's exactly what he asked. This area is full of mountains and rivers. It's normal to not know the fastest route.
So, were you the one that pointed him in the right direction, Hu Tao?
Of course. I'm also a guide of sorts, you know. So naturally, I also have a great sense of direction. But speaking of your friend...
What about him?
He doesn't get out much, does he? No wonder. He was stiff as a board and way too polite. I would have never guessed he was here on vacation if you hadn't told me.
All in all, He was only here for half a day. I'm pretty sure he is the only one who would consider that to be a vacation.
Oh? This gentleman you speak of must keep a demanding schedule.
I'm sure he does. You didn't see him, but he was dressed like he was about to attend some important meeting. It wasn't anything like what someone would wear on vacation.
Is that so?
Wait, you didn't see him, Zhongli?
Unfortunately, no. At the time, it appeared as if Director Hu and Miss Farina were having quite the productive conversation. I know matters of business can take much discussion, so I decided to fetch some tea for them.
What a shame. That gentleman seemed like a sophisticated sort of guy. I actually think you two would have hit it off.
Is that so? Hmm? To borrow Miss Farina's turn of phrase, perhaps it just wasn't meant to be.
Well, with the Traveler around, I'm sure you'll have a chance to get to know each other at some point.
That's right. She's got more friends than she knows what to do with.
Well, that's certainly true. Oh, that reminds me. If you get the chance, you should try and talk to Nervalette into loosening up a bit. Just tell him the Palais Mermonia isn't going to fall apart if he disappears for a few days. He shouldn't keep himself cooped up all the time. Even clams open their shells to let in fresh water every once in a while, right? If he's really that much of a stickler for protocol, he can fill out a leave of absence request. He'd have to approve it himself since he handles that sort of thing now, but you know what I mean.
Seems like this gentleman is also in charge of something pretty important. I've never heard of a demon that boring before. In my experience, a leader needs to be able to roll with the punches. That also includes knowing when and what to prioritize. It seems like your friend still has a lot of growing to do.
If I remember correctly, he's already several thousands of years old. You're quite right, Miss Hutao.
Oh? Traveler, Miss Farina. Those two individuals over there appear to recognize you.
Oh, it's Navia and Clorand. Hey, over here!
We saw you all chatting over here, and we're wondering if we could join in.
Please, excuse the interruption.
Oh, so polite. No apologies necessary. Any friend of the Traveler and Miss Farina is a friend of mine. Ah, straight to the point. I like it. It's getting late. If we want to catch a boat back before dark, we should probably get going.
Indeed. Then, Miss Farina,
Oh, yes?
when are you planning to head back? Do you need us to escort you?
Oh, I don't think that will be necessary. I mean, you're not my subordinate anymore. You don't need to look after me.
I didn't mean it that way. It's normal for friends to travel home together if they run into each other on the road.
There are a lot of mountainous roads in this area. I imagine they'll be even harder to navigate after dark. Exactly! Just like in those ghost stories. 8 paths converge in a wood. Beside them an old house is stood. If you dare to go inside, not a soul will greet your eye. But if you take a closer look, there may be something you mistook. A candle flickers to and fro, yet there is no wind to make it so. What is its secret? What could it mean? In this wood, where mystery screams. Ooh.
My dear demoiselles, ladies, no,
Of course.
Gotta say, Farina, you are really quite the character. By the way, did I hear you mention that Clorand used to work under you? Then you must have also been a leader at some point.
Well, that's, all in the past now. Besides, being a leader is hard. It wasn't the right job for me. I prefer how things are now. I can come and go as I please, and get to enjoy the sweet taste of freedom.
I see. Well, you've certainly picked an apt place to relax. Xiaoying Village is an exemplary choice.
Only the best. And I've learned a lot, too. Thank you so much, Miss Hu Tao and Mr. Zhongli.
It's fine. You've thanked us more than enough already. The next time you're in this neck of the woods, I'll treat you to some dim sum in the city.
Dim sum. Is that some kind of Liyue term for snacks or desserts?
They are a part of it. It's basically a table full of as much tea, sweets, and good company as you can manage.
Oh, so it's basically a tea party. Sounds great.
Make sure to order the winter melon cake and the lotus flower crisp. They're so sweet and delicious. Paimon knows you'll love them.
Ooh, okay. I'll be looking forward to it then.
Wait, but didn't you guys say you were here on vacation? How come you're all going home empty-handed?
Of course I am. I bought tons of fun things to bring home with me. A kite, a parasol, a little tin frog that jumps. Oh, and a stuffed toy of a mythical beast. Clorand is the one who didn't buy anything for herself.
So all you're bringing back with you is that tea?
And some tea-flavored hard candies. They're for Sigewin.
Clorand isn't much of a shopaholic.
Well, one of us has to practice restraint.
Hey, I'm hardly reckless with my Mora. I'll have you know, all the purchases I made today were well within my budget.
Me? Oh, well, I bought some tea, of course. I just had to try all the varieties recommended in the Steambird. Other than that, just some bits and bobs, you know. A little bit of this, little bit of that. They should all be things I can use, I think.
Now Paimon's even more confused. If you bought that much stuff, where did it all go? Into one of Linny's magic packets?
Oh, actually...
Monsieur Neuvillette took them with him.
Oh, so that's what happened. Wait, what? Why did he take them? He's not hoarding treasure, is he?
That's quite the imagination you've got there, Paimon. Monsieur Neuvillette just saw the amount of bags we had and offered to take them back for us. I felt a bit bad at first, but, I really did have a lot of stuff.
He even offered to deliver my gifts to the Fortress of Maripede for me once he's done with the day's work. Neuvillette is a man of his word. If he says he can do something, then he means it.
See, even Clorand was happy to take him up on his offer. If even his trusty subordinate agreed, then who was I to refuse? Wow, he seems like a real gentleman. Maybe he's not as uptight as I thought. If only the funeral parlor had an employee as thoughtful, proactive, and responsible as him. Right, Zhongli?
Indeed.
Clorand said Neuvillette offered to deliver her gifts to Risley. So if we go to the entrance of the Fortress of Maripede, maybe we'll run into Neuvillette. But we don't know exactly when he'll show up.
Oh, that reminds me. A new year of work is about to begin. If there's anything you want to talk about, Zhongli, you know you can come to me. I'm all ears.
Does the director have any concerns?
It just seemed like you were a bit preoccupied today, and much less talkative than usual. You barely said anything other than, "Is that so?" and "Indeed." If you ask me, I'd say you're having a midlife crisis. You're getting to be around that age after all.
Is that so?
Ugh.
I jest. Given its distance from the city, Chaoying Village enjoys a much slower pace of life. Surrounded by such peace and tranquility, I also seem to have developed a proclivity for inactivity. I apologize for making you worry.
I see. What do you think, Traveler? Is this atmosphere putting you in a lazy mood too? Wow, you are getting really good at these kinds of lines.
Indeed. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Look! It's Novelette! We lucked out!
Oh, it's you. It has been some time since our last meeting. Few people frequent this location. Since I was able to conclude my work early for the day, I thought I might take a walk and avail myself of this area's peace and quiet.
You call this early? Do you always work this late, Novelette?
Strictly speaking, that depends on the agenda for the day. I am hardly bereft of time, however, so working late is of little consequence to me.
Really? If you have so much time on your hands, then why did you only go to Chaoying Village for half a day?
First, I should clarify that I was referring to my lifespan, rather than the time at my disposal on any given day. Second, I was unaware you possessed knowledge of my trip to Chaoying Village. I see. Thank you for informing me. Yes, they have been safely delivered.
I have to hand it to Clorant. Just a simple gift delivery, and she has the great and mighty Udex at her beck and call.
I was just passing through. It was merely an act of convenience.
All right. Then I hereby confirm receipt of the goods on behalf of the staff of the Fortress of Meripede.
A verbal receipt of confirmation? Is such a formality really necessary for a small matter such as this?
Guess not. This quantity of tea, though, seems a little excessive for a gift, don't you think? Before you know it, they'll start accusing me of taking bribes.
Ah, about that. Much of that is my own excess, I'm afraid.
Oh? Why? What happened?
It was buy 10 boxes, get half off.
Ah, that explains it then. Well, go ahead and leave them to me. I'll get through this stash as fast as I can.
You have my thanks. Oh, there's something else I'd like to give to you.
This is a stone slate, engraved with a symbolic design.
While that is an apt description, it is in actuality a legal codex.
A legal codex, huh?
Before the advent of modern writing utensils, information was recorded on stone slabs such as this. The law was no different.
Okay.
Since ancient times, the scales of justice have symbolized the fairness and impartiality of judiciousness. As a tribute to that sentiment, this slate was designed after a traditional legal codex and engraved with a symbol instead of text. During my travels recently, I chanced upon a roadside stall offering tourists the opportunity to try their hand at the ceramic arts. So I decided to have a go. We joked with Clarence some time ago about gifting you a legal codex. So, here you go.
Ah, so that's what this is about.
I did not expect you to remember it as well. In any case, I hope this can be considered as a reasonable attempt to join in on the banter.
It is a very good attempt. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Even your sense of humor centers around the law. That's an impressive level of commitment. Well, a gift of this significance deserves to be put on display, and I know just the place. Front and center in the Fortress's showroom.
Ah, surely there's no need for such a grand gesture.
Just kidding. I don't have anything like a showroom. But we do have a storage room. We can put it next to all the mechanical parts Sijuin has collected.
That sounds good to me.
So that's what you were doing in Chaoying Village.
Indeed. Of course, while I was there, I also took the opportunity to taste the local spring water. The aftertaste is much purer than what I have delivered to me in Fontaine. It stands to reason that the long-distance transport has a tendency to imbue the water with extraneous emotion. If you want to experience the true flavor, you simply have to go to the source. Perhaps I should organize some time off to do the same elsewhere. Then we are of the same mind. It appears my desire is justified.
If you say so, but you know you don't have to justify a vacation, right? You can just take one. After all, you're hardly bereft of time. You can do whatever you want.
You're quite right. I suppose I suffer not from a lack of opportunity, but rather a lack of inspiration. However, after reading a few articles about Liyue's holiday traditions, the idea popped into my head and made itself quite at home. Seeing as I was free of responsibilities for the morning, I decided to depart at once. Refreshing. My spontaneous outing seemed to inspire quite a few other spontaneous decisions as well. Take, for example, my foray into ceramics. At first, soil from the ground is granular and unforgiving, but add the right amount of water, and it becomes soft, moldable, and able to take shape. In the past, I never thought about how quotidian vessels were crafted, but now I have participated in their very making. This is also something I made today.
That's a ladle? Paimon thought it was supposed to be some long-necked sea creature.
That was indeed one of my inspirations. Really? You like it? To tell you the truth, given your unexpected arrival, I find myself quite unequipped to give you the welcome you deserve. Around such an important holiday such as this, human custom would dictate that gifts should be in order. But I'm afraid this is all I can offer. If you'll have it, that is. That is precisely why it would do me such a great honor if you accepted. You are most welcome. Happy Lantern Rite. Approve a leave of absence request for myself. That sounds like it could easily lead to a vicious cycle of self-indulgence, something which couldn't be in further violation of protocol. But I suppose I understand her point. My proclivity to refrain from personal outings does, in part, originate from a sense of responsibility toward my duties. But it is also due to a lack of desire to engage in the human world. But now I see that the human world is indeed full of many interesting places to discover. Lantern Rite marks the start of the new year in Liyue. In the spirit of the season, then, I wish you a year of success as vast and endless as the open ocean.
Brilliant. All of that just barely fits into a half-hour clip. From the start of the conversation with Hu Tao, Karina, and Johnny.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
I think they cooked moderately well, so it seems, I mean, it didn't explicitly say why John Lee was avoiding Neuvillette, but of course it is because Neuvillette does seem slightly hostile to the other Archons. He says he's going to judge them. And Neuvillette seems to really appreciate Nahida, but I think Neuvillette is picking a fucking fight. Actually, yeah. Neuvillette's voice line literally says that, like, he might fight John Lee. In his voice line, I think he says, hopefully the judgment doesn't result in a physical altercation, but it's possible, or something like that. It'd be nice if they gave John Lee a voice line about Neuvillette now. And Neuvillette would also likely recognise John Lee as Morat, because the Traveller canonically tells Neuvillette about the other Archons, about Venti and John Lee. Well, we don't know if Traveller tells Neuvillette that John Lee is Morat, but we do know that Neuvillette knows that the Animo and Geo Archons are masquerading as humans in their societies.
Knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up
So
to it.
Neuvillette has a voice line about it. So, if Neuvillette met John Lee, he would probably quite quickly be able to identify them as Morat, and so that would potentially not go well. So I like that John Lee is aware of that, because of course he would be. Surprising that Hu Tao didn't know that Farina was the former Archon. Because Farina was... Even when she was an Archon, she was supposed to, of course, be incredibly famous. It's kind of weird that Hu Tao wouldn't know her, especially considering Hu Tao is fucking Hu Tao. Hu Tao should be like Farina's #1 fan, kind of.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier.
But also
with a
get,
few different
obviously, Farina's
identities to
also a
choose from.
political figure, and I
Need me
mean,
to come up with some
it's
for
fairly
you?
normal to not care much for politics of other countries. Well, I just love Archon and Archon interaction. It's amazing when it happens, but unfortunately it is quite a rarity. I'm pretty sure you can count on one hand the number of times there's been an Archon conversing with another Archon in the game. Because in fact it's counting Farina as an Archon in that scene.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take.
Well, I am wondering, are they
going
going
to
to, in the banner system, are they going to treat Farina as an Archon? Or not? I think they will. Farina constellations are also tempting, of course. Like, I think it's her C2 is really good. Gives her an instantaneous 100 stacks and allows her to go up to 100% damage boost. Let me check that. The video just finished editing down. Oh no, it's her C1. Okay, so C2 is also really good. So it increases it by 250%. That means that your fanfare gain is increased by 3.5 times because it's plus 250%. So that means a single Neuvillette cycle. A single Neuvillette cycle will previously give you over 100 stacks. So with this, to say, I think Neuvillette takes 54% HP both ways. 54%. So normally Neuvillette would give you... Yeah, normally Neuvillette would give you... Actually, combined with Rena... Fuck. So normally Neuvillette would give you 108 stacks. Combined with Rena, because of the healing, instead of 108, it would be... What is it, plus 4? Yeah, so plus 4. So it'd be 112 normally. Right? So now multiply 112 by 3.5. I don't know why I'm struggling to actually do that in my head. You know, that's pretty basic maths. 112 times 3.5. 392. Plus 150. So a single Neuvillette cycle with C2 here is almost enough to max out the buff. Almost. Now base you have 300 stacks, right? Yeah, 300. This makes it, C1 makes it 450. Without a single Neuvillette cycle gets you 392. That's a single Neuvillette cycle. Obviously, whilst that's happening, all your other teammates are also draining their HP. So, a single Neuvillette cycle gets you max Farina stats. That is a very strong first and second constellation. And on top of that, an extra 140% max HP, that's just increasing Farina's sub DPS damage. So these are two very good constellations. Oh no, it's not plus 150, it's plus 100. And because you start with a 150. So a single Novelet cycle at C2 gets you instantly to maximum stacks. Now that makes Frina really fucking powerful. That gives you a 100% damage boost, and it only takes you like 2 seconds to reach it. Now that makes Frina really fucking good, but prior to that, obviously Frina's quite problematic. And then make Frina a DPS. I haven't actually seen anyone talking about DPS Frina, but DPS Frina should be very powerful. I do need to improve my Frina a bit. But, okay, that was a lovely ending to Lantern Rite. Lots of characters got screen time, all good characters. Some interesting interactions.
Nothing will stop me from rendering judgment on each of the 7. As the Archon who won the authority of Geo, Deus Ori must be called to trial. If one does not wish to see us on opposite sides of a conflict, they need not worry, for I intend to stay in Fontaine for the foreseeable future, which could well mean another 400 years. As another point of consolation, even when the trial eventually takes place, it is still not a given that the judgment will lead to a physical confrontation.
I don't know why is Novelet... It feels way more hostile towards John Lee than anyone else.
I shall fulfill my vow to judge all of the 7 in turn, even if the sky should fall and the ground give way. As the recipient of the authority of Animo, the god of breeze and hope must also stand trial. He spends most of his time being a harmless drunkard. Well, even so, I must meet him for myself and proceed from there.
I think, as far as the Archons go, John Lee is really good. The unfortunate thing, John Lee just hasn't had as many opportunities to really show how good he is compared to the other Archons, quite frankly. Because Farina and Nahida both had donations which had really big problems, which forced them to forced them to step up. Whereas John Lee, Leeway literally had so few problems that he had to cause problems. Because I don't think anyone died in John Lee's schemes. John Lee said that if anything was going to happen, he would then step in. But some people don't like John Lee because of that. And I mean, I kind of get it, but just think about it, come on. It's fine. But John Lee simply just hasn't had a chance to prove himself. Leeway Harbor is already just doing so good for itself that it didn't need his help. Whereas Mondstadt was being harassed by Venti's pet, A was the villain, Nahida was being kept in a cage and her country was a dictatorship, and Fontaine almost got drowned. So John Lee just kind of hasn't had a chance to prove himself, but he's just as great as Nahida and Farina are as Archons. All of them are. good to their people. So I don't get why he's so... Here's what he says about A.
As a survivor of the dragon race who has regained my full dragonhood, I must fulfill my oaths and obligations, even if it means returning all the water in the oceans back to the heavens. In taking the authority of Electro, the Narukami placed herself on the list of the usurpers. She will... Oh. You say she has isolated herself in the plane of Euthymia, and now rarely appears in public. Then I shall pay her a visit in another few centuries.
Neuvillette is actually, like, he's more hostile towards John Lee than A. And I don't get that. What's John Lee done wrong? Is Neuvillette racist? Is he just racist against all Archons?
Though the day will come when I put her on trial, I must commend the god of verdure on her sense of responsibility. Few things are without flaws in this world, but the devotion and benevolence she displays are a testament to her commitment to continued progress. I felt enormous regret when I learned of the mistreatment she has endured over the past 500 years. Ah, so it is your birthday. Happy birthday. I do not know if rain is in the forecast today, but let me see what I can do. Excuse me? You're saying that even some members of the Seven don a counterfeit vision before mingling with their people? My apologies. I was just caught off guard by the absurdity of the situation.
Pulling for Neuvillette, or pulling for C6 official, is the best mistake I've ever made in this game. Just goddamn Neuvillette is... Oh! Very close to rank 10. Neuvillette is just brilliant. Brilliant, man. How are you two on the same level of friendship? And I should look into using Farina with Hu Tao. What is the Farina Hu Tao team? Yeah, maybe I should...
Send one,
Sorry,
send them all.
benching. Right, bring back Hu Tao. Okay, so this is...
I have high hopes for this journey.
Right,
Time to begin work?
This is...
Gonna be epic.
This is
I
Farina.
have high hopes for this journey.
Do you want another Hydro, then? I think people should run an Animo. I mean, you'd think with Venus skills just always going to be active. I didn't see Caswell working. Because Farina will just instantly vaporize. Plus, of course, in this team, it takes a while to get Farina's stacks up. I feel like this team is only really worth it if you have Farina C2, which is not really valid. I think I
It's
just
time
run
to pull the trigger.
for Mono Hydro. Mono Hydro increases everyone's damage output, and proportionally Bennett's healing. It also means a better energy economy. I'll try this team at some point. I just wish we had a little bit more time to hang out with each character. That Lantern Light ending was jolly good. Okay, let's do her story quest. I've heard it's a really good one.
We've been to so many places lately. What do you say we take a day off from adventuring
I'll be
and
back
just
in
find
4 minutes
somewhere
from
nice to
adventure.
relax? Let Paimon think. Where are some nice places we could go? Oh, why don't we pay Cloud Retainer a visit at Mount Outsong? It's been a while since we last saw that illuminated bird. She's always the one popping up out of nowhere and scaring us half to death. So let's surprise her this time.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Every journey has its final day. Don't rush. Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth, and those that come across Lior tend to stay a while, so it is where many things come to settle. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Every journey has its final day. Don't rush. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth, and those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while, so it is where many things come to settle.
Do I still have Hutao's old artifacts? Because I remember, like, I had a good crit ratio. And then I swapped it to a new artifact set, and now a ratio is a little bit fucky. Okay, so it wasn't this that changed. It wasn't this. It wasn't the circlet. It wasn't this. What changed? Don't tell me I actually did get rid of the artifact. Oh, because that would have been a bad move, wherever it was. With the right rolls, this could be really good. Alright. Okay. Oof. Okay. Okay. So an extra 7% crit rate and an extra 10% crit damage, but we lose 20% attack. Let's compare these numbers then.
Silly
Screenshot. Swap over. Also, of course, 23 EM helps make up for the attack loss. Okay. So we've gone up to 58.7% crit rate rather than 52. We have 147.5 crit damage. We've lost 100 attack. 113.
Toodaloo.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly
46.5. 43.2. Okay. I think this is an improvement. Also, we have lost 239 HP. Won't matter. Will not matter. 239. That's like 239, or 5% of 100 is 5. 5% of 200 is 10. We're losing like 13 attack. It's fine. No big loss there. Alright, so I think that is a slight improvement to Hu Tower and better crit rate again. This goblet is also disappointing. Is there a pyro goblet here? There is a second one, but it's probably not worth it. Crit rate, crit damage. Crit rate, crit damage. Crit damage, crit damage, healing burn, attack. Okay. Don't have good circlets for this set. It's unfortunate. And this could be improved. Again, like, some attack, I would rather have attack than defense. Because again, you still actually want some attack on Hu Tao. Anyone that says, like, don't go for attack, go all in on HP, they are wrong. There is a point where HP doesn't do anything for your Hu Tao. Your Hu Tao will never need more than, like, 35,000 HP. Not really. But, I mean, it can fluctuate depending on, like, what weapon you're using. Like, with Dragon's Bane, your base attack is lower. So it does depend somewhat on other parts of your setup, but there is a point where attack percent actually does become more valuable than HP. That is a pretty high point, so it is still better to go for HP, but a 15% attack right there is actually still solid. Crit rate, crit damage. No. Again, what we want is crit rate, crit damage, and then either attack and HP, or EM and HP. Anyway, there you go, there's a little improvement to my Hu Tao setup. That'll cost us some of my artifacts.
Here we are, right outside our place. Do you still remember the first time we came here? We even brought offerings and everything.
I do remember
When we
that,
told her
actually.
that Rex Lapis had been assassinated, she immediately threatened to squash Liyue Harbor. Paimon thought she'd be impossible to get along with. But now that we've spent some more time together, she's really not like that at all. We probably don't need to bring any offerings now that we've gotten to know her pretty well, right? Still, Paimon's got some snacks around here somewhere, so if she really wants something, we can just use that. Huh? Traveler, did something catch your eye? Whoa, what a pretty lady. Is she also here to visit Cloud Retainer? Yeah, you're right. All it takes is one look and you can tell she's someone special. As expected of that bird lady, really. She must have a whole bunch of Adepti friends from all over the country. Okay, but if we're both friends of Cloud Retainer, then we're basically friends by association, right? Want to go up to her and say hello? Helping you make more connections is a part of Paimon's job as your reliable guide. Paimon's got this. Hello. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Paimon doesn't think we've met, but we're also friends of Cloud Retainer. May we have the pleasure of learning your name, Madam Adeptus?
You two... What is this tomfoolery? Has this shift in form so clouded your eyes that you no longer recognize one anymore?
Wait, you're...
She said tomfoolery. Oh, I love tomfoolery. That's like one of my favorite words.
Huh? You're the illuminated bird? But you look... human. How did that happen?
Oh, donning human form is scarcely any test of one's abilities. As for your confusion, one merely had no reason to indulge such inclinations before.
So, you're indulging now because?
Well, one has made plans to pay a visit to some disciples at Liyue Harbor. Taking on a human form for such a trip is simply a way to make matters less conspicuous.
You? Worrying about keeping a low profile? You're the one who likes to pop up out of nowhere all over the place. In fact, Paimon can think of several examples. Like last year, when you suddenly appeared on the top of a roof without any warning. Or... Hey, didn't we agree not to bring that up unless she asked?
Oh? So you have taken care to follow the proper rules of etiquette after all. Most commendable.
Well, this is all Paimon's got. You don't mind, right?
One has never found oneself lacking in basic comforts. On the contrary, it is the gesture that one values above all else. So long as you've shown proper respect and consideration, the quantity or quality of the gift is but a trivial matter.
That kinda makes Paimon feel a little guilty for trying to keep them for herself. Anyway, where were we before you reminded Paimon about the gifts? Ah, right. So by disciples, you must mean Ganyu and Shenhe. It's also been a while since we last saw them. Maybe we can come too.
One planned to extend the invitation even if you had not raised the matter yourself. Shenhe and Ganyu should be quite pleased to see you again. However, one would first inquire as to the reason behind your visit here. You have cause to seek one's company?
Yeah, we just found ourselves missing you and wanted to see how you were doing. We were hoping you'd tell us one of your stories. Who knew we'd run into your human form while we were at it?
Cloud Retainer is not a character who gets a lot of screen time. I'm pretty sure the last time we saw her was in... prior to Lantern, right? Was in Ganyu's story quest, which was ages ago. She is... yeah, I don't think she's a character who gets a lot of screen time at all. Well, she's getting a lot more now. But it feels weird. Why... when Paimon's bored and wants to go do something, why would we think of Cloud Retainer? That's the last person I would probably think of. Prior to Lantern, I probably would have gone for Mooncarver first, quite frankly. He has a cool voice at least. I would have just skipped Cloud Retainer and just gone straight to Ganyu, of course.
Is that so? If there are no urgent matters at hand, then let us make haste for Liyue Harbor.
Ganyu is likely still working at Uehai Pavilion, so that shall be our first stop.
Sounds great! Then let's all go to Liyue Harbor!
Also, on the Hu-Tao team, I can accept you
Ganyu
replace
has been quite
Yelan
busy
with
work as of late.
Cloud Retainer if
One
it's a
can
plunge team.
count on one tell in the number of times she returns to Mount Aocang each year. Shenhe has also secured employment recently. In her correspondence with me, she wrote that she shall have no need to return for the foreseeable future. Huh. Do they think one was so easily
Oh
helped?
no, she's like
One shall investigate
pulling out her
everything
children.
with one's own eyes and decide for oneself if their living conditions are satisfactory.
Oh no, the children are leaving the nest. Oh no. Granted, Ganyu is a couple thousand years old, so I don't know about Shen. I don't remember Shenhe's lore. For fuck's sake, Shenhe is just a normal person, isn't she? Ganyu is an Adeptus. I think I did hear that. She is an Adeptus. She just doesn't quite feel like one compared to the others. Well, Johnny's dead. That's the end of Borat.
That Weihai Pavilion!
There you go.
Hey, do you think Ganyu will be shocked to see Cloud Retainer like this? Guess we have no idea if Shenhe and Ganyu have ever seen her in this form before. Wait, where did she go? Why are you just standing there, Cloud Retainer?
Quietly now. One shall stay here. You two can go and meet with her.
But why? Isn't it better if we all go together?
If one were to proudly proclaim one's presence, Ganyu would surely profess herself otherwise unoccupied and drop everything to attend to one's visit. One fears that would only result in her staying up all night to make up for lost time. One does not wish to trouble her. Conversing vicariously via you two shall suffice. Do remember to inquire as to her recent well-being. Again, do not mention one's presence here.
Fair enough, makes sense. Alright then, we'll just pass on your regards and...
Cloud Retainer?
Oh,
Oh, busted.
Is that lady someone you know, Miss Ganyu?
She is indeed. I'm sorry, Huixin, but could we delay the upcoming meeting for a little bit? I believe my schedule today is quite full. Although, perhaps I could move some work to later in the evening.
Oh, not to worry, Miss Ganyu. I'll make the necessary arrangements right away.
I'm wondering, do they just give up on lip syncing? Do they just give up, or is the lip syncing synced to another language, where they just can't be bothered to sync it to every language? Because I can understand that. I can really understand that. I imagine lip syncing stuff can be quite brutal and tedious to do, and when you're working with Genshin Impact's deadlines, I get, let's not bother. It's fine. Everyone's telepaths now.
Thank you, Huixin.
It used to bother me, but I've gone to a point where it's just Genshin Impact. I don't mind it.
It's been a while, Ganyu.
Greetings. What brings you here today? And Cloud Retainer, too. It's been quite some time since I last saw you in this form.
you are quite mistaken. One is not acquainted with this Cloud Retainer of whom you speak. One is simply a mere mortal passerby.
Huh?
Okay, I'm sorry, I have to get that. Look, I have a healthy interest in Ganyu. Little headcock to the side. Okay, let's
She's not
play with game.
buying it.
That was but a simple test. One did not expect you to be able to recognize one so easily, especially after so many years of only seeing one's other form.
But recognizing you is, my responsibility as your disciple.
An apt observation. One was simply passing by while attending to some important business. One thought it would only be fitting to pay you a visit while in the area.
Wait, Paimon wasn't aware of any important... Cloud Retainer's right! We've still got something super important to do, so we can't stay here for too long today.
Oh, is that so? But it's been so long since we last saw each other.
Hang out with your fucking daughter, Cloud Retainer.
One simply desired to see you and had no intention of interrupting your work. A quick conversation should suffice for today. A more involved reunion should wait until you find yourself less occupied.
I understand. That should be fine.
While one acknowledges the amount of work that you have to deal with every day, one must also remind you to rest. Though Adepti blood flows through your veins, excessive exhaustion will still cause grave harm to your body.
Also, something I wanted to mention. Obviously, there's a lot of, especially in like these last couple of scenes we've been in, there's been a lot of, oh, the traveller crosses her arms and then thinks to narrate what the other character's thinking. Or like when Farina turns around and it's self-narrated. I'm alright with that just because like there'll be other ways to convey it with animation, like Genshin. They're not going to make those animations, so they're just going to do it via internal narration, which is fine, it's possible. As long as the internal narration is like competently written, then there's not really a problem with it. We don't need extreme subtlety in every single character interaction whatever fucking happens.
It still makes one nostalgic to see you as you are now, respected and independent. When you were young, you oft begged one to cuddle you to sleep when you suffered from nightmares.
Cloud Retainer! Stop!
If you insist. We are running short on time regardless, so one will refrain from going into each and every story. Why don't you continue your conversation? One shall simply stand by and listen.
Wow, you've been to so many new places since the last time we spoke. If you ever need anything, please just come find me at Yuehai Pavilion. Also, forgive me for my presumptuousness, Cloud Retainer, but if you plan to continue appearing in this form, don't you think it'd be helpful to adopt a human name?
A human name? Huh. You raise a valid point. Considering the sheer extent of one's renown, Cloud Retainer is surely too recognizable as a name.
You really think so? Not that you're not famous or anything, but that famous?
You presume to know the extent of one's illustrious achievements. One would hardly think such a thing to be possible. Nevertheless, Ganyu's advice cannot be ignored. From this point on, when in public occasions, be sure to refer to one as Shenyun.
It's not a great choice of a name, to be honest. It is literally one letter away from being Jinyan, and you do not want to be Jinyan.
Tianyun?
I assume that's a reference to the full record of Pristine Pavilion. An Adeptus of years past would rise with the clouds and rest with the moon. They were enlightened and wise, free and unfettered. The writer referenced Master's name to describe her carefree and spontaneous nature.
Oh, that sounds super cool! Paimon feels like only the most powerful of Adepti could rise with the clouds and rest with the moon.
Actually, those lines were originally written to describe Cloud Retainer herself.
Huh? Wait, so you're really that powerful?
And what of it? Did you truly take one to be nothing more than a bird of bigger than average size?
Not exactly.
To be fair, Cloud Retainer rarely speaks of her past accomplishments. The tales of her past can only be found in ancient texts. It is said that once, a long, long time ago, there was a severe drought in Liyue. Left with no choice, many people left their homes, while others spent day and night praying to the Adepti. Although I did not live through such tragedy, simply reading about it is enough to gain a visceral understanding of all the pain and desperation during that time. On top of the drought, a noxious gas also began to spread through the land. If not for Cloud Retainer's efforts, much of Liyue would be nothing more than a barren wasteland today. The books had this to say about what happened. Upon arrival, the Adeptus borrowed the wind to retain the clouds. Immediately, the clouds gathered together, and abundant rain burst forth from the heavens. Drought and plague were both driven away, and the people were saved.
Wow, that's incredible!
Mortal records add embellishments to dramatize past events. One did merely what one ought, and even if one had not interceded, the other Adepti would surely have stepped in to help.
Even so, you stopped an entire drought! Can you really control the weather like the book said? Oh, Paimon suddenly has a lot more respect for you. So it was Paimon's bad for calling you Illuminated Bird before. You're not too mad, are you?
How laughable. A name is but a simple label we carry with us on our journey through the world. Why would one be offended by such a trivial matter?
That's a relief. In that case, Paimon will continue to call you whatever feels right in the moment.
Well, that is quite enough ancient history for now. Ganyu, have you had word from Shenhe? One has heard that she procured a job recently. Have you any thoughts on her workplace? And what, pray tell, of her monthly remuneration? Moreover, does she find herself overly inundated with work? Is she allowed time off during Lantern Rite?
That is a lot of questions.
There is no cause for concern, Cloud Retainer. I introduced Shenhe to her employer personally. Wanmin Restaurant's business has been booming recently. So with Chef Mao being swamped with customers, and Shangling still off and out in search of new recipes, I introduced Shenhe to staff the restaurant.
I see. Most excellent indeed. One has had the pleasure of being introduced to that family. Shangling is kind and astute, while her father is loyal and reliable. One has no cause to believe that they will make Shenhe's work difficult. Now, it is almost time to partake in the victuals of noon. One shall visit Wanmin Restaurant in person and see how Shenhe is doing.
Huh? But didn't you just say that you had something important to do?
Can that wait until after we've eaten?
You may return to your work, Ganyu. One shall see to this matter on one's own. There will be many an occasion to dine together in the future. One is certain the opportunity shall present itself most readily.
Of course, Cloud Retainer. Please take care. Traveler, Paimon, I'll see you some other time.
Please do, Ganyu. I want more Ganyu screen time.
Paimon was pretty quick on the uptake there, don't you think? As soon as you mentioned important business to attend to, Paimon realized that you were just looking to cut the conversation short and not take too much of Ganyu's time. Is Paimon right?
No, in fact, it was not an excuse.
Fuck. No. 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 Oh, we're fine.
Wait, for real?
The moment is not yet upon us. Still, the truth will be revealed to you in time.
Huh. She really seems to be playing up the whole mysterious Adeptus thing right now. Is it because we just heard that cool story about her powers?
When the sun's out, bathe in sunlight. But when the moon's out, bathe in moonlight.
Like, prior to playing Genshin, I thought Ganyu was like the main character. Because from what I'd heard, Ganyu was like the fan favorite character. I don't know if that was ever true. Maybe Ganyu was just like more popular back when all it was Monster and Liyue. But she was like one of the few characters who I knew by name. No, I've said this a couple of times. I knew Barbara, Ganyu, Hu Tao, I also knew Raiden, actually, from I didn't know who Raiden was, but I knew Raiden was a Genshin character. If you'd shown me a picture of Raiden, I would say, I know who that is. But if you said the name Raiden to me, I would have known. Don't know why I need to explain like that. Just because Triburo's Warframe YouTuber made jokes about her, so I knew that she was a character in Genshin Impact. So I knew Ganyu, Hu Tao, Barbara, and I think that's it. I don't think there was a single other character I actually knew by name and by appearance prior to playing the game.
Every journey has its final day.
I kinda knew Cleve. Kind of. Not really. I don't think I knew her name.
You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
but Matt still
is
was like a big fan of her.
Not even fine food is enough to distract from the presence of a fine lady, huh?
Oh, I'm far more interested in getting her details than ordering any dishes. Hey,
guys?
How about you ask her?
You do it.
Really?
No. I think you should. Wait, she's coming.
Really?
What can I get for you today?
Greetings, miss.
fucking sandwich.
I was just wondering if you'd be willing to...
What would you like to order?
2 servings of Mora meat to go. Good chat. Bye.
Welcome. It's been a while. May I take your order?
Don't welcome us as guests and greet us as old friends in the same line. It's weird.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and this is?
This is Miss Xinyun.
Master?
Huh. One does not recall ever revealing this form to you before. How were you able to ascertain one's true identity with such ease?
I love how she's contradicting herself from earlier. I hope it's intentional. I mean, based on if it was intentional or not, this is either really good writing or really bad writing. Well, earlier she lectured us for not recognising her, and now she's wondering how Shenhe recognised her.
I've trained and lived with Master for more than 10 years. I would recognize you no matter what form you take.
You...
Is something the matter, Master?
Hardly. One simply learned of your employment from your letter and came to check on your well-being.
And check out the great food, too!
Indeed. It's almost lunchtime. My apologies. I'm still on the clock and can't talk for very long.
Well, if it isn't the Traveler in Paimon. Are you here for Shenhe? The lunch rush isn't in yet, Shenhe. So, I've got things covered for now. Go ahead, sit down and enjoy some time with your friends. I'll let you know if things pick up.
Thank you, Chef Mao.
Leo's really got a lot going for us. Cheap and tasty chop suey!
Quake!
I refuse to go around.
It is just as one expected. The owner of Wanmin Restaurant is indeed a most reasonable and accommodating human. Still, the work here entails dealing with quite a varied group of people. Has this been difficult for you, Shenhe?
It's been manageable so far. I sometimes run into strange people, but I have figured out a way to deal with them.
Seems like you've been making progress. So by dealing with them, you mean...
First, I try to talk sense into them. If that doesn't work, I threaten them with violence. At this point, they usually decide they are in favor of a civil conversation.
Oh, how should Paimon put this?
Oh, a sensible plan. One is gladdened to see you integrate so well into human society.
And you, Master? How have you been?
Simply marvelous. Though Mount Outsong has scarcely enjoyed your presence recently, one has hardly found the pleasure of one's own company to be lacking.
I see. Oh, just as expected of Master. I have missed Master quite a bit too. Even though work has been busy lately, I've already had a conversation with Chef Mao about taking some time off soon to visit Master.
Oh, you did? Do make note of such matters in your letters in the future. There's hardly a need to keep one in suspense.
Whoa, her mood shot up just like that.
I'm not sure how I feel on Cloudataina's feelings here being not very subtle at all. I can't decide, is it in character for her feelings to be subtle or very clear? Cloudataina is a very lonely person, I would feel like. I mean, she spends all of her time, fucking thousands of years, just inside a mountain, just working on machinery. So, interacting with her not quite daughters. What relation is Ganyu to her again? I don't remember Ganyu's lore, and I'm very sad. Because I really should. I don't think either of them are her little daughters. Of course, she adopted Shenhe after finding Shenhe in a cave beating up a monster. I don't remember how she came to care for Ganyu, but of course she's had Ganyu ever since Ganyu was a baby. So I don't know about Ganyu, unfortunately. Well, she values him a lot, and so because she's lonely most of the time, she values the time she gets to spend with him. And she is a nice person. Is she the kind of person who would keep that on the inside, or show it? I don't know.
By the way, Master, since you are in Liyue Harbor, have you had the chance to visit Ganyu?
Indeed. She is similarly preoccupied with her work. There was time only to exchange a few simple pleasantries.
Ganyu told us the story of Cloud Retainer's name. It was amazing. We never knew how powerful she was before.
I see. In that case, allow me to also share a story about Master's past.
Oh?
Is that a problem, Master? I believe this to be a good topic of conversation.
No, not a problem. One was simply caught off guard. But no matter. Please, proceed. One is most curious to see how much of one's own conversational prowess you possess.
Master once participated in a race against Mooncarver. After Mooncarver lost, he insisted that Master's ability to fly gave her a natural edge in such a contest. In response, Master agreed to forego flying in return for being able to use one of her devices in the race. Mooncarver accepted, only to find Master with a brand new device on the day of the contest.
Huh. What kind of device was it?
It was a mechanical vehicle made out of iron. What was it called again? Oh, an electro-powered bicycle?
When were bicycles invented? What the fuck? Google that now.
Oh, you refer to the bicyclical Thunder Flashmobile. One spent 49 days conceptualizing and crafting it. It need only be infused with adeptal energy, and it can cover thousands of miles in one day. Oh, it boggles the mind why Mooncarver ever supposed he might best me in a contest of locomotion. Though he sprinted with all his might, he could barely keep
So is it a
up.
bicycle or is it a car?
Alas, the one flaw of my mechanism lay in its weakness against mountainous terrain. One was thwarted mere seconds from victory, when it was thrown off course and failed to make it across the final stretch. Truly a most unfortunate turn of events. Anyway, do go on, Shenhe.
Master, that was the end of that story.
Is that so? Huh. With you gone, one has seldom felt the desire to call upon those old fossils for another contest. What is a race without spectators, after all?
Have you been lonely, Master?
Lonely? At one's age, entire human generations come and go in the blink of an eye. Even one's own self-directed musings can span several days and nights.
I think I do have some slight spoilers for this quest. In that the Aether and Lumine together cutscene is in this quest. And it wasn't just made up for the trailer. Apparently. I saw a YouTube title which sounded like that was the case. So we'll see.
'Tis a most foreign sentiment. The mere mention of it is preposterous.
Mm-hmm.
What is the reason for that look upon your face?
It's nothing. It's just... Well, Paimon gained a lot of respect for you after listening to that story of you summoning the rain and everything. But all it took was a few words out of your mouth and it's like you're back to being that illuminated bird again.
Prior to Lantern Rite, when I heard that Cloud Retainer was going to become a character, I was like, why? Why Cloud Retainer? It's like, previously I liked Cloud Retainer's Guy's mum, and that was about it. I really only had any interest in Cloud Retainer because of Ganyu. But actually, now, she's quite interesting. I'm excited to see where the rest of this goes. They've done a good job of giving her a character glow up to make her more interesting, be an actual good character to follow on by her own way. But she's always been interesting. She's always been the most interesting Adepti to me. Not counting Ganyu, and probably Zhao as well. But behind those two, which of course have been playable characters since the game first came out, whereas Cloud Retainer's up until now been a side character, so it's not a fair contest. But beside those two, I would put Cloud Retainer as the most interesting one, because her personality, her relation to Ganyu and Shenhe, and her machinery stuff, the fact she toys that stuff, it just makes it more interesting. We don't really know anything about Mooncarver and Mountain Shaper. So, and it seems quite clear they're never going to be playable characters. We are going to get Madame Ping, though, aren't we? I've seen an image of that. We'll probably get her next Lantern Rite. That'll be interesting.
I was just a little bit confused. Which one of the two is the real Cloud Retainer?
To me, they are both, Master. One is the master that's widely revered by the people, while the other is the master that I respect and adore.
Huh. One finds oneself exalted yet again with sweet words of praise and flattery of a most extravagant nature. You chose to exalt one with your words, yet you refuse to grace Mount Outsong with your presence for any extended period of time. One would almost question the sincerity of your estimations. This is not to say that your words paint an inaccurate picture. One has always lived by a single ideal. Eschew all action and abide by no rule. One does as one pleases and speaks as one pleases. Others may critique or praise as they see fit, yet one places little weight in such judgments.
She got like, what, 2 sentences of flattery from her disciple, and it's as if her ego is about to burst.
Do you have any empty tables?
Hey there, could we get another fish stew?
I'm hearing more guests come in. I should get back to work.
Alright, good luck with the lunchtime rush, Shenhe.
Mm-hmm. I'll try my best.
I am interested. I've heard you can make DPS Shenhe thing. And I mean, just by looking at Shenhe's kit, she sounds basically like a direct upgrade to Rosaria. Granted, Rosaria gives a crit rate boost, but Shenhe just gives a massive damage boost. But you probably could run her with Rosaria. I think when we get Shenhe, we're not going to get those bonkers damage numbers out of her. But I mean, even without her signature weapon, we should be able to get her to over 2,000 attack. Yeah, it should be over 2,000 attack without much issue. I should look into that, like what pole arms can we get for her? Because I was interested in Favonius Lance, but I mean, energy or maximum damage output?
One is fond of all kinds of delicacies and delights in a multitude of flavors. The dishes here demonstrate no shortage of culinary skill. Their unique flavor profile has left one more than satisfied. In fact, one has been struck by quite the fit of inspiration. One has already begun to conceptualize the next generation of supreme cuisine machines.
Everything's so tasty. A bit too hot at times, but still super tasty.
I'm sorry, miss, but our tables are full.
Shall we try somewhere else, Granny? But it smells so delightful. Can we really not eat here? My poor legs can't go on for much longer.
Well, you could always check with some of the other guests and see if anyone's happy to share a table.
Okay, I'll ask around.
There are 3 fucking tables here. Hell, we are one. Is that even part of this restaurant, or
Would you
is
mind
that
letting
part
me
of the
share a table
store?
with you? There are no empty tables left, so...
Ah, well, Paimon doesn't mind. What about you guys?
Great! Thanks so much. My name is Shuyu, and this is my granny, Yuendai.
Oh no. Oh no, that's what is about to happen in this story quest, isn't it? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I don't think Yuandai is long for a world. Just true, you was in the lantern right thing. Oh no. Oh, Yuandai. Oh no. Oh dear. I mean, she even has a unique NPC design, yet she's gone. She's gone up. Alright, that's what this story quest is going to be about.
Granny?
Yep. Is there something wrong with that?
No, Paimon's just a bit surprised. She looks so young.
She does?
Yeah. A lot of people compliment Granny on her youthful looks, but she's actually much older than she appears. Granny? Why don't you take a seat? Come on, it's not polite to stare.
Huh. Have we met before?
No.
'Tis a fated meeting, then. Please, take a seat.
What would you like to eat, Granny? I can order for you. I want Braised earthworms. They always pop up out of the ground after a rainstorm.
No, not this again. Granny, there's no braised earthworms on the menu. Braised earthworms? Well, that sounds weird. Do people actually eat that? Right, that's what Paimon was thinking too. Need any help? Help? Oh, do you mean with Granny? Thanks, that's nice of you to offer. Granny has pretty bad dementia, so her memory's getting worse all the time. She's always saying things that sound kinda confusing. Actually, her memory's been bad ever since I was little. But it's gotten so bad lately that I even have to remind her who I am every morning.
Oh dear.
They died young. It's just me and Granny now.
Oh dear God.
Oh,
oh no.
But it's okay. Don't feel bad. Granny loves me a lot, and I love her a lot too. Sure, it's hard at times, but you just gotta make the best of the life you've got.
Goddamn shit.
You're really tough for your age, kid.
Oh my God.
You're too kind.
And me?
How are you not fucking depressed?
What about me?
You're tough too, Granny. Plus, you're really gentle, and you're always there for me.
Yes, and it's hardly as if I forget everything. I still remember the important things. Wait, what was that really important thing again? Ah, I remember now. It was a dream. I had a dream where everything was dark. Someone was standing in front of me. She told me to come and find her, and that once I'd found her, I would be free.
Huh? That sounds super important. But how come you've never told me about it before?
It was just a dream, so I forgot about it. But I'm in a good mood now, and somehow I remembered it again. You know, I believe I've had this dream a great many times. But just how many times have I had it? Now that I do not remember.
Wait, so you have a reoccurring dream where someone's talking to you? That sounds spooky. Oh, does that mean you're possessed?
Unlikely. Her eyes are clear and her breathing remains calm and level. One sees no signs of possession.
Are you sure?
Who do you take me for? Is one not an adept? Am I not an expert?
Huh, you're right. Paimon almost forgot you're the expert. In that case, do you still remember what the person in your dreams looked like, Granny?
Not anymore. Although, I have a sense that she looked rather like me. But not as I am now. My younger self.
A younger version of Granny? This is just getting weirder and weirder. What is going on here?
As one said, fate must have brought us together. You may leave the situation to me.
Are you sure? So, what are your names? Paimon's Paimon.
Just Shenyun is fine.
Thank you all so much for offering to help. But first, I'm sorry for asking, but, how do you want us to pay you back? Oh, we don't need any payment for this.
We've strayed far off from helping her figure out the menu.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. But Miss Shenyun, what exactly can we do to help out this Granny? All we have to go off is that dream. Where do we start?
That is elementary. Since her dreams portray her younger self, then we shall retrace the steps of her youth. Once we have revisited those places, her memories will likely return.
Sounds like a plan. So, Granny, do you remember which places you went to when you were young?
Why, of course I do. The heavens above, the earth below, the wispy clouds, and the emerald mountain streams.
Okay, taking that as a no. I might have an idea.
Once, when I was really little, my dad told me that Granny used to be a martial artist heroine who saved loads of people from a disaster. If it's true, then maybe they wrote about it in the history books or something.
A martial arts heroine? Oh, Shinjo knows tons about Liyue's chivalric traditions. If anyone knows about the heroes of the past, it's him. Let's go find him at the Feiyun Commerce Guild.
Are you leaving already? But I'm still hungry. I'll go order some food, Granny. If there's nothing on the menu you especially want, I'll just get a few different things.
It seems we must part ways for now. The Traveler and Paimon are bound for the Feiyun Commerce Guild, while Yuendai and Shuyu shall remain here and partake of their lunch. As for myself, I have matters to discuss with Streetward Rambler.
I've heard that the reason why human life expectancy is going up isn't because we're living longer, but just because young people are dying, more people are dying at an older age. It's not like only recently humans have unlocked the ability to live to 100. It's just that in the past more people died. Infant mortality rate was higher and more people were dying at younger ages. But now it doesn't happen as much. So the average life expectancy has gone up. But technically we aren't actually living any longer, which is interesting.
Streetward Rambler? Oh, you mean Madam Ping!
Precisely. Let us meet at Yujing Terrace once you are ready.
Where are you going, Granny? Don't you like the food?
Fresh milk. I need to buy you some fresh milk.
Milk? Why?
You need to drink milk before eating, or the spicy food will make you cry. Hush, little one. Don't cry.
Granny, you're forgetting things again. I'm not a little baby anymore. I can eat spicy food now. Even the super spicy dishes, like their fish stew. I can eat 2 whole bowls, no problem.
Wonderful. Oh, wonderful. My darling granddaughter is all grown up.
This place, the food is unbelievable.
Man, I just thought about, like, what if Tartaglia was a sub-DPS, or like some kind of support focused on Riptide. It's like he applied Riptide to enemies, and then you switch to a different character, and then you can deal extra damage or something against Riptide enemies. That'd be really interesting. More interesting, I think, from what he currently is, because right now you literally just use him to apply Hydro, to vaporize with Zhangling.
Huh. It's you two. What brings you here?
The only reason why you would use him more than Xingqiu or Yelan is because I think he deals a little bit more personal damage. As far as I'm aware. And he applies Hydra in a bigger AoE. Tartaglia is the best Hydro applicator in the game. And that's it. If he wasn't that, there'd be no reason to use him, I don't think.
Xingqiu! Great, we found you! We wanted to ask you about something.
Obviously, we have enough Hydro-coordinated attackers there.
That's not a whole lot of information to go off of. I don't know if I can say for sure. I can't pinpoint her identity from your description alone. But considering her age, I am reminded of a nameless heroine who's been featured in various chivalric novels.
Nameless heroine?
That's right. The novels often speak of a great drought from 50 years ago. As the people suffered, a nameless heroine appeared and began to clear away evil spirits and bandit camps. The people idolized her, but never learned her name. All they knew was that she always acted alone. Later, though, She supposedly fell in love with a similarly noble-minded exorcist from Mount Tianheng. They were well matched in more ways than one, often fighting together as a fearsome duo of otherworldly strength. After the drought ended, the heroine and the exorcist left the public eye and began living a reclusive life in the mountains. All that remained were tales of her incredible accomplishments. The way this nameless heroine faded from fame into obscurity later in life is not too dissimilar from Miss Yuendai. I hope that's somewhat helpful.
Thanks a lot, Xingqiu. We knew it'd be worth talking to you.
It's nothing at all. Just something I came across while reading. I did do a bit of extra research on her story, but it was just out of personal curiosity.
Well, Paimon still thinks that's super cool. Oh, wait, Xingqiu, if you've read up on her, do you know of any places often associated with her?
Let me think. In the novels, the nameless heroine always appeared near one of 3 places. Wangshu Inn, the area just north of Jueyun Karst, and Qingyun Peak. Perhaps the real-life heroine who inspired the character was also often seen near those 3 places. That would explain why those locations appear in the various novels written about her. You're welcome. To be honest, I found some parts of the story confusing when I first came across it. If Miss Yuendai was indeed the original inspiration for the character, she may just be able to help me put the pieces together. It's rare for a chivalric hero to fade into obscurity during their lifetime, even after retiring from the public eye. But no one ever saw or heard from the nameless heroine again. There were even rumors that she became extremely ill. I've never understood why someone would go to such lengths to erase themselves from public memory. It's almost as if she was trying to hide from something. There's probably far more to the story than what's been written.
We'll be sure to tell you if we manage to uncover the truth.
That's a deal. Perhaps, behind the truth of it all, there lies a story more fantastical than any work of fiction.
Paimon feels like we just learned so much from Xingqiu. A drought, a nameless heroine, a life of seclusion. Wait, why does the story sound super familiar? Oh, right! There's a drought in this story, too! Xingqiu, are droughts super common in Liyue or something?
Well, they used to be. But people have long since developed methods to prevent them, like by cultivating the soil or digging canals. So while droughts do happen from time to time, they are rarely regarded as true disasters. The drought 50 years ago is probably one of the worst we've had in the last several centuries. The crops withered, the streams ran dry, and the monsters in the mountains became rabid and agitated. Countless caravans were attacked, and people who lost their homes came together to form bandit groups. What started as a natural disaster soon became a human tragedy as well.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, and that's exactly why the nameless heroine was so beloved. She must have been someone of true integrity, to do so much for the people while asking nothing in return. Still, as terrible as that drought was, it was nothing compared to the truly calamitous disasters that befell this land in ancient times. They say that back in those days, disasters were both more severe and more common. Only the strongest of Adepti could hope to dispel the ruin and devastation. Do you have any other questions?
We're good for now. We're just going to head back and meet up with Miss Xianyun and the others again. Paimon hopes that Granny Yuendai will be able to remember more of her past. She used to be a great hero who saved many people. So sad that she can't recall any of it. Anyway, we'll be off now. See you some other time, Xingqiu. Thank you so much for your help.
It's no problem at all. Safe travels.
I have recorded the tune that you requested. I hope it will be of help to you.
Oh, thank you. Straight word... Ping, what has amused you so?
Oh, it's no serious matter. I was just reminiscing about the last time I saw you in this form. Time has wrought such change in this world, and yet you appear just the same as ever.
Time has little bearing on one's existence, nor has one keenly felt its effects whilst dwelling at Mount Outsong. Nevertheless, Ping, one would like to seek your counsel on a personal matter.
Oh, why so formal all of a sudden? I must say, you're making me a little nervous. What is it?
Well, the inquiry is as such. Approximately how much more would one need to afford a comfortable life in the harbor, not unlike the one that you yourself lead?
It does not require as much as you may think. Still, do you mean that...
Cloud Retainer, Madam Ping! What are you two talking about?
Nothing save for some trivial matters. Have you unearthed any useful details?
Shinto has a theory, but let's save it for when Chuyu and Miss Yundai have joined up with us again.
Do not be troubled, young lady. Here, have some tea.
Thank you so much. What do you think, Chuyu? Does it match up with what you know of your granny?
According to the story, the nameless heroine eventually fell in love with an exorcist from Mount Tianheng. Maybe that's my grandpa. I don't have many memories of him, but there was this one time I found a box in our attic full of a bunch of weird sigils. I think so too. Granny might remember something once she's returned to a familiar place.
What marvelous tea. I can taste the dew's sweetness in this cup. It's as if I was taking a stroll in the mountains, thoroughly one with nature and at peace.
Is that so? Then please drink as much as you like. There's no need to hurry. At our age, it's always nice to slow down and take the time to appreciate pleasant conversation among friends.
Thank you.
Okay, since we have the time, can I ask you something?
I feel like Madam Ping being a playable character has a lot less potential because Madam Ping does not get a lot of screen time. We don't know anything about her. She doesn't have any other characters really to work with other than just the other, like Cloud Retainer. Cloud Retainer had Ganyu and Shenhe and a relationship with John Lee. Whereas Madam Ping doesn't even really have the other Adepti because she's in Liyue Harbor, whereas they're all in the mountains. So it'd be much harder, I think, to make her an interesting character.
Sure thing. What would you like to know?
I have a secret I want to tell you. Let's go talk over there.
What's wrong, Chuyu?
Well, I've been kind of meaning to ask ever since we started talking in the restaurant, but are you guys all Adepti in disguise?
Oh! About that.
Well, you guys just seem super special. Plus, I think I might have heard Miss Shen Yun call herself an Adeptus.
Oh, must have been a slip of the tongue. Shen Yun, since you were the one who, misspoke, maybe you can explain to Chuyu here what you really meant by that.
One is indeed an Adeptus. Is that of some concern to you?
Huh? I knew it. Well, one time when I was a little kid, I saw a pure white illuminated crane. I had this super high fever, and Granny wasn't around. I was feeling all icky and gross. But then this snowy white crane flew down from the sky. She put me on her back and flew me to her cool Adeptus house and fed me some sort of magic potion. When I woke up, I was already back in my bed, and my fever was gone. I really wanted to thank her, but I was too sleepy to stay awake, so I never got the chance. So, I just kind of wanted to ask if maybe any of you have ever met an Adeptus like that?
A pure white illuminated crane? The only two we've ever met are blue and white and black and brown. Have you ever met one that's pure white, Cloud Retainer?
Never has one met an Adeptus with such features. One surmises such a description is but a hyperbolic embellishment that oft results from narrative accounts.
I would describe Cloud
That's
Retainer as
weird.
pure white, definitely, so.
Was it really just a dream then? Well, even if it was just in my head, it doesn't matter that much anyway. All I really want is to help Granny recover her memories. I'm really grateful for all your help.
Leave it to us! Now that we know the 3 locations, we just need to visit them one by one. Let's go to Wangshu Inn first.
Okay, I'll go get Granny.
Wangshu Inn. Wangshu Inn.
Do you remember this place, Granny?
Yes. The fish here is very delicious, and if you look out into the distance, you can always spot a bird that's been left behind by its flock. I believe I used to have a room here. It had a window. Yes, I spent a lot of time looking out that window. Which room was it again? Let me look.
I'll come with.
Paimon's still having some trouble understanding what she's talking about, but if she's so familiar with this place, that must mean she lived here, right? Wait, huh? Whoa! Shao! What are you doing here all of a sudden? You scared the living daylights out of Paimon!
I sensed a non-human presence and decided to come take a look. If you're here, then there's likely no trouble afoot. I suppose there's no cause for concern. It's been a while, Cloud Retainer. I see you have returned to your previous form. I have indeed. I fought alongside her in this form on many occasions during the Archon War.
Oh, wow! What was she like during the war? Oh, wait, let Paimon take a guess. Was it anything like this?
Behold, the glory of one's newest invention, the Bang Bang Continuous Fire Mechanism. Hands up and surrender, or be prepared to face the full might of the Adepti!
An impressive imitation.
Paimon knows her all too well.
Even so, Cloud Retainer was not always as ostentatious as you describe. You may be unaware, but her talent with Adepti sigils is just as formidable as her skill in mechanics. The Archon War reached its peak after Guizhong's death. The Cloud Retainer who fought beside me in those devastating battles was taciturn and solemn, only speaking when she had to activate her sigils.
Guizhong was a woman that was very important to John Lee, wasn't she? I struggle to remember a lot, just because it's been so long and it doesn't come up often, so I don't end up forgetting it.
Cloud Retainer who barely talks? Paimon can't picture it. But what happened after that? If you were so powerful in your human form, why did you decide to take up your bird form again?
Once one had bid farewell to the world of mortals, what use would one still have for such a shape? When dwelling between mountain and forest, away from the struggles and troubles of the mortal world, a mortal form is hardly the most fitting of choices.
After the war, Cloud Retainer retired to Mount Outsong, only revealing herself to the occasional visitor, and always in her avian form. Although I do believe there was an occasion some 30-odd years ago when she decided to don her human form. I believe it was for the purpose of...
One believes there is little need to relive bygone matters.
Granny, are you okay?
Back then, at this place,
Perhaps this conversation should end here. I shall take my leave now. Should you encounter any trouble, you need only call my name. However, given that you are traveling with Cloud Retainer, I trust you are in good hands.
Everyone!
I'm sorry I can't pull for you,
beginning
Zhao.
to
I
remember
would
her
love to,
past.
but the stars haven't aligned.
Slowly now, calm your mind and recount what has been recalled.
a long time ago, I stayed here to recuperate from my illness.
Huh. So what Shinjo said was true! You did fall ill! Was that why you went into hiding?
I don't remember. I'm very sorry, but I can't even remember the name of my illness. The only thing I can remember is that it took a great toll on me, and there was no cure for it.
Shinhe's buff is based on her attack, not her base attack. So that means if you have a character like running Noblesse Oblige, that character uses their burst, gives you attack buff, and then Shinhe uses her burst, or her skill, is her skill, then that should actually work. Shouldn't it? That should apply the buff. Interesting. So in that case, it might be good to find a teammate who can run Tenacity and one teammate that can run Noblesse Oblige.
I was confined to my room in Wangshu Inn, where I spent many days unconscious. I'd come to every once in a while and stare at the migrating birds outside the window. It was a solemn sight. I remember crying, but I'm not even sure I knew why. One day, I met a traveling merchant. Upon hearing of my illness, he sold me a bottle of soul-revitalizing tea pills. He told me that the pills were concocted using Adepti blood and could be used to alleviate my symptoms. Sure enough, I made a full recovery. My illness remained dormant for several decades after that.
Wait, but if your illness remained dormant for several decades, are you saying that what you're going through now is just a relapse of what happened all those years ago? And it was all thanks to the pills that you managed to keep the symptoms in check? Paimon's brain kinda hurts.
I'm sorry, I don't.
Hey, you're not useless. You've done so much for me. Watched me grow up. Raised me. How could you say that about yourself?
Oh, fret not, dear child. Granny was just a bit frustrated. That's all.
The recovery of a person's memories is a gradual process. Finding pieces of one's past is always superior to not finding anything at all. Let us make haste to the next location.
Next location. Oh, why don't we go to the area north of Dwayunkars next? There isn't really a landmark there, so where should we start? Oh, Paimon's got it. Let's check out the houses in the area first. After all, if she was there for any length of time, then she would have stayed somewhere, right? Oh, Paimon's really got her thinking cap on today. At this rate, we'll recover all of Granny Wendai's memories in no time.
I fucking love Wangshu Inn just for this beautiful fucking view it gives you of the entire map.
Could it be true? What I've heard?
Unfortunately, there haven't really been any places in Fontaine where you ever really feel like sitting down and just being like, this is fucking beautiful.
Howdy. Please, head straight on in.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl. Woo.
I just realised how they render water in this game. So the way they render water is that they put on several layers of movement animation, and then just, as you get closer to the water, they render more and more layers of it. So if you're far away from water, you can clearly see it's only one layer, and it's all just a bunch of squares, and it kind of looks like shit. When you're at a reasonable distance like this, it looks great. There's some clever environment design.
Toodaloo.
Lewis is so beautiful.
Whoa, why are there so many treasure hoarders here? Guess it's time to round up the bad guys.
Quietly now.
The hunter.
Do you remember anything about this place, Granny Wendai?
Let me think. I feel like I've been here before, but I don't think I stayed here too long. I might have just rested here
Wasn't this house
briefly
used
before
in different
continuing
quests?
on my
I don't know
way.
what. There's a quest
Got
here.
it. That's okay. There are still plenty of other places we can check.
Wait a second. If I remember correctly, I believe I brought... Ah, yes. I brought some sweet snacks with me. Go on, take some. You need to eat a lot if you want to grow big and strong.
Oh, thank you. Then Paimon will help herself.
Hello there. Yeah.
One man's stone is another man's gem.
Paimon sees an abandoned house. Why don't we take a break over there?
This place...
There's literally a hilly trail base in the foreground, background.
Did you remember something, Granny?
I remember. Shuyu, this is where your father was born. It was a moonless night. I had been injured, so your grandpa was supporting me.
We fled together with some being in the fog behind us in hot pursuit. I had exhausted my strength when the labor pains came on, so we took refuge in this house.
You know you've done fucked
Your
up
grandpa
when
set up a
Genshin
barrier
Impact
outside,
cutscenes are more
but neither of
stylized
us
than
knew
Persona
if it
3
could hold the
remake.
monsters back.
Because they are. That's just... that's pathetic. That's really pathetic. Genshin does have more money to work with, sure, but it also has way less time. Way less time. Come on. Okay, let's not talk about Persona 3 anymore. I've talked about it so much. I mean, just a couple of minutes ago I had someone comment saying Genshin Impact profile picture opinion invalid, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool.
I remember that night. I remember falling to my knees, reciting a prayer over and over. I alone am the source of this sin. Punish me as you wish for forsaking my oath, but spare my innocent child.
Sin? Oath? Did you do something wrong?
I don't know. I don't remember. I only remember praying in the darkness with all my strength until the sun finally rose again and the fog cleared out. Eventually, the house was filled with the sound of my baby's first cries. That baby was your father. I remember I clutched him tight to my chest and wept tears of joy. It was the first time I'd ever felt such happiness in my life.
My dad?
He was my pride and joy, and so are you, Shuyu. You're so much like him, and I love you both so much. But you're always going to be different from me. Why? Just what did I do?
I don't care what you might have done, Granny. You'll always be the person I love more than anything.
You're too sweet, Shuyu. I'm lucky to have you with me. If not for you, I would not have had the courage to come here, to try to remember what I had forgotten. All right, let's not stand around any longer. There's one place left, yes? Let's go take a look.
If one recalls correctly, the next place should be Qingyun Peak. Yuandai, how fares your health?
I may be a bit slow, but I'll do my best to keep up. I'm sorry to keep everyone waiting.
Wasn't there another location? It's not going to go there. Okay.
Climb on. I shall carry you to the top. Oh, such lightness of weight.
All those who grow old grow frail in the end, do they not? First, you lose your memory, then your health. Eventually, you end up losing everything. My only wish is to depart this world with a lucid mind, to free myself of this torment and the burden it places upon others.
Fret not. You have my aid in this endeavor.
Missed it by 5 seconds. Okay, what time of day is this? 1841, okay.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Beautiful. You can see Chen Yubei there. Why is this like a gravestone? Mooncarver's fine.
Solidify!
Treasure. One way to draw your target out of hiding.
I wonder which nation do I have the most characters from? Oh. Is this Mooncarver's abode? Probably is. I kind of wish Johnny was a DPS. It makes sense for him to be a support. I just wish, you know, there were more ways to build characters.
Take it easy.
Whew. We're finally here. Does this place feel familiar to you, Granny One Day?
Let me see. How strange. Have I lived here before? When we were at Wangshu Inn and the abandoned house earlier, though I couldn't remember everything, I still felt a sense of familiarity. I could easily picture myself in those places. But here, I don't have that feeling. Perhaps I did come here in the past, but it just didn't leave a strong impression on me.
But did the stories get it wrong then? Yeah, that's true. But they're also the only thing we have to go off of. Paimon was hoping this place would jog Granny Uendai's memory just like the others.
I'm sorry to disappoint you two.
It's all right. We're not going to give up yet. We'll figure something else out. Just you wait.
Thank you. If only I could remember. Huh? That way. What's that mountain?
Oh, let Paimon look! Huh? Isn't that Mount Outsong? Looks like we've come full circle.
Mount Outsong. Mount Outsong.
Granny, are you okay? Don't push yourself, Granny. It's okay if you can't remember. You shouldn't do something that makes you sad.
Mount Outsong, What am I really?
Mount Outsong holds some familiarity to you?
It does, but I can't go back.
Are you feeling unwell?
My head, it feels all heavy and dizzy. What is wrong with me?
Cloud, Miss Xianyun, is there anything you can do?
Let us go to Mount Outsong.
But...
Fret not, all will be well. You and I, you have already given more than enough to the pursuit of this endeavor. You may leave the rest to me. I've prepared something that can aid you in suppressing the fear in your heart and restoring your lost memories. It currently resides at Mount Outsong.
Wait, really? When did you do that?
I never leave anything to chance. All will reveal itself when we arrive.
Oh, she uses gold.
Stabilize! Certainly worth the extra mile. One man's stone is another man's gem. Solidify!
Oh, what a cute treasure coffin!
Stabilize!
Busted! Here, this is it.
Huh? But isn't this the mechanism that you were tinkering with when we first got here? Oh, is it another invention of yours?
Precisely. A recent one at that. I am most pleased with the result. I call it the Suspensus Somnium mechanism. It periodically releases a soft breeze, which when paired with a gentle adeptal tune, can help the listener subconsciously relax, and even enter a semi-hypnotic state. Soothing agitation and anxiety, relieving exhaustion and insomnia, its potential uses are numerous indeed. And of course, it can also aid in the recovery of lost memories.
Whoa, what a cool gadget! But if you had it all along, why did you keep it to yourself until just now? We could have come to Mount Outsong right off the bat and saved time on a lot of floating.
How preposterous. Had Yuendai not recalled much of her past through her own efforts, the device would have nothing to draw upon. We Adepti can only help those who first resolve to help themselves. Had she lacked such determination and strength of character, one would have little to offer in way of assistance.
Paimon thinks she gets it now. Hey, what's that other thing?
As previously mentioned, a gentle adeptal tune is required to take full advantage of the mechanism. One secured such a tune from Streetward Rambler. Only with her melodies can the mechanism reach its peak power.
Whoa, Paimon can feel what you mean. Paimon's body feels light as a feather. It's as if she's lying down on a warm patch of grass after a super satisfying meal.
And you, Yuendai, is the mechanism helping you to relax? It appears she has already succumbed to the depths of reverie. Come, join one on this side. We shall give her some time to herself.
The drought is over. But why do you look like you want to cry?
The potion. It's nearly run its course.
I've never regretted meeting you. Not even for a second.
Please. Please, no. Have you forgotten? This is the world you left behind. One of gentle breeze and morning dew, perfectly straddled betwixt the realms of heaven and earth. This is your home. This is where you belong. You should have never left. The you of the past, the me from not that long ago. We should have never.
So that is the truth. No wonder this place is so familiar.
Granny! Granny, are you okay?
Cloud Retainer.
Your memories have returned?
Wait, did you just call her by her full name? Does that mean you already knew each other?
Yes. I now remember everything. Everything. Granny, please don't cry. I'm here. I'm here. Oh, don't worry, my dear child. Granny is fine. I'm so sorry, everyone. You've gone to so much trouble on my behalf. It's all come back to me now. The most important thing that I had forgotten was the truth of what I once was.
One can sense the guilt that now plagues your conscience. Reclaiming a truth long buried is sure to come with a myriad of complex emotions. Perhaps one should recount the story on your behalf while you compose yourself.
No, it's okay. Now that I've remembered, I must face my memories head on. Shuyu, everyone, I cannot thank you enough for all your help. I'm ready to tell you my story, if you're willing to listen.
Please, Granny, don't force yourself. What happened in the past doesn't matter. I love you more than anything. Nothing you say can change that.
I know, dear child. My feelings for you are exactly the same. It is for this reason that you deserve to know the truth. Some time ago, I made a terrible mistake. One for which I could never atone.
Is this the sin that you mentioned in Dwayne Karst? What happened?
I am, in truth, not a human being. My real form, one that I held for centuries, was that of a wild crane. I spent many, many years living on Mount Outsong, bathing in the soft breeze and drinking the sweet dew of the mountains. At some point, I somehow gained wisdom and sentience. The Lord of the Mountain, Cloud Retainer, became aware of my existence and began to share many stories with me. She even passed on the secret of cultivation to me. Though she never took me on as a formal disciple, I always saw her as my master. Whenever she took out her tools to work on mechanisms or new inventions, I would also stand next to her and watch. I even contemplated completing my training and becoming an adeptus in my own right. I followed her teachings, and time gradually passed us by. Until that fateful day 50 years ago.
50 years ago?
That's right. Master regaled me with many stories of her past deeds. From them, I learned how she had saved people from a similar crisis in the past. She was the one I looked up to the most. More than anything, I dreamt of becoming an adeptus like her. I wanted to travel the land like she had, relieving suffering wherever I went. But I was still far from being a real adeptus. I possessed no ability to take on human form and fit in with the crowd. Once she learned of my desires, Master prepared a special dose of human mimicry potion for me. She warned me that the potion's effects would only last 10 years, and if I were to fail to return to my original form at the end of that time, I would forever forget my past as a crane and become something neither human, beast, nor adeptus.
Oh no. So that was the source of your dementia all along.
Was it because of Grandpa?
Indeed, I fell in love. Though he was human, he had spent his entire life training on Mount Tianheng. When we met, it was not only my first foray into the world below, but his as well.
Although clumsy and impulsive as he was, you'd think he was the real strange bird among the two of us. But still, just like me, he cared deeply about the world and wanted, more than anything, to cleanse it of all pain and suffering. I could not help but fall for him. But my time continued to tick away. Those 10 years passed by in a flash. Yet I did not want to leave his side, so I...
Oh no, what happened next?
I committed an offense. I wanted to stay with him, even if it meant living a life full of pain and suffering, even if it meant that I would eventually turn into a monstrosity. I knew I had betrayed Master's hopes, but I was too ashamed to face her. So I wrote her a long letter instead and asked someone to leave it outside her abode. I was convinced that she would not support my decision, and I lacked the courage to speak to her face to face. In my shame, I fled and tried to hide from the world, such that no one would be able to find me again. But that was only the beginning of my troubles. I began to suffer from a strange illness. My memories became hazy and confused, and I could no longer keep myself awake. I understood that my pain was caused by my refusal to return to the life I was fated to lead. Along with my memories as a crane, I soon forgot the true cause of my suffering as well. I knew only that I had committed a sin. All I could do was pray for forgiveness, even if I had long forgotten what needed to be forgiven. Looking back, I was beyond lucky to have come across that traveling merchant at Wangshu Inn. It was such a fortunate coincidence that we were there at the same time. If it weren't for those soul-revitalizing tea pills, I probably would have...
Granny, what's wrong?
Coincidence? Why did I ever think it was a coincidence? Tea pills concocted using the blood of an adeptus? No, it couldn't be. Master, don't tell me. Back then, that merchant was actually...
Human custom would dictate the conferral of gifts to be in order when one's progeny is wedded, would it not? Consider the pills a symbol of one's best wishes.
So when I tried to conceal my name and mistakes from the world and hide myself away in perpetuity, the only person I managed to deceive was myself. You knew where I was all along.
One still remembers when you were but a fledgling. You possessed a certain fondness for a particular game. You would hide yourself among a group of wild cranes and ask one to pick you out from among the flock. One found you with such ease every time. 'Tis a truth most evident. One always recognizes one's own, no matter what form they may take.
Wait! Paimon's confused! So, Cloud Retainer, you found Yuendai again? But how? When? And what happened after that?
Perhaps it is now time for one to recount the rest of the tale. One was furious upon receiving your letter. Seized with anger, one set out to bring you to your senses.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
In truth, one had more than a few misgivings about your chosen partner. As an exorcist, his talent was lacking. One could hardly say his skill with sigils was any better. But soon, one came to appreciate the devotion he bestowed upon you during your illness. He never uttered a complaint and rarely left your side. Unwilling to begrudge someone of such character, one decided to overlook his aforementioned deficiencies, glaring though they may have been. Wishing to grant you a life without regrets, one gathered many divine ingredients and used one's own blood to create a form of medicine. Though imperfect, it managed to suppress the more dire effects of your illness. As for how to deliver the medicine, after much contemplation, one eventually decided to perform the deed oneself. One took great care to alter one's features and select the appropriate attire. Only after meticulous scrutiny did one finally set out for Wangshu Inn. As one expected, you were most ignorant of one's true identity. You showed not even the slightest inkling of recognition. One was quite torn. Should one have celebrated the success of one's disguise, or mourn the loss of your acquaintance? Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter! Nevertheless, one would speak to you about another matter, if you are amenable, even considering your loss of memory. One was simply flabbergasted that you could so easily forget the consequences of consuming medicine infused with adeptal blood. Proclivity to attract monsters is hardly that complicated of a concept to remember. To think that you tried to travel while weak from sickness and heavy with child. Had one not intervened to clear the fog, all of you would have been lost during the night. Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! 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 Skyward! Ho! Skyward! Scatter! Stray clouds converge! Scatter! Scatter! Those monsters would hardly have pursued you with such ferocity without sufficient incentive. They were likely incited by the presence of godly remains. Said godly remains, in turn, were likely drawn to the trace of one scent on your body. One was, after all, an active participant in the Archon War. Some of the gods were likely shattered by contraptions of one's very making. In the end, one was relieved to see you endure through the night. At the break of dawn, one heard an infant's cry pierce through the air, and one saw you carefully cradle the child to your chest. Although certain mortal matters remain foreign to me, one could not help but be moved by your joy. To see you happy, that was more than enough. Skyward! Now you should have a complete understanding of the events.
Wait, but if that's true, then the crane who took care of me when I was sick must also be...
Ah, one had almost neglected to recount the absurdities of that tale. Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Just as you and I troubled one with her antics, so did you give one many a headache. Upon finding you burning with fever, one made plans to bring you back to one's abode for treatment. However, upon seeing one's form, you began to cry, refusing to get on one's back. When one asked you why, apparently you believed that one could not possibly be a true Adeptus, because all illuminated cranes are white from tip to toe. One had no choice but to apply powder to one's body to conceal the variegated nature of one's appearance. You became more than amenable enough when one stood before you devoid of any other coloring. It bears mentioning, however, that as a crane, Yuendai was nearly entirely pure white in color. Though you had never encountered her in that form, you still recognize the essence of her being. Perhaps fate brought you two together in more ways than one. Now all has been revealed. One owes you an apology, you and I. One recognized you upon your very entrance into Wanmin Restaurant. One has always viewed you as a disciple of equal standing with Ganyu and Shenhe. Indeed, one wished to bring your story to a satisfactory end with this visit to Liyue Harbor. Still, one could not reveal your identity right away. Had one simply informed you of all you had lost, all those cherished memories would merely have become the fictionalized account of another. Memories are most meaningful when recalled by those who lived through them. Would you not agree? Even if the process was painful and arduous to experience. Have you any further inquiries?
Master, I must ask. If you found me all those years ago, why did you leave me be, even though you knew about my mistake? Why did you not bring me back to Mount Outsong by force?
One has never regarded your action as a mistake. It was a simple choice, nothing more. When it is time for one's progeny to leave the nest, it is the responsibility of an elder to let them fly free. Yet, when your wings grow weary and the night grows dark, just know that you always have a place to which to return. 'Tis a refuge referred to by many a name in mortal writing. Home, nest, haven. Whatever its denomination may be, its essence remains quite unchanged. One speaks, of course, of a place not unlike one's own abode. One's disciples are free to come and go as they wish, yet the door remains forever open to those who wish to return. One rather hopes you count yourself among them.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You and I. One expects you too have sensed the rapid deterioration of your condition as of late. Have you not? 40 years ago, you chose a path without a future. Though one used one's own blood to provide you with a few decades of extra time, it merely delayed the inevitable. One may have extended the path, yet one was unable to alter its final destination. Even the power of an Adeptus has its limits. Had your condition continued to deteriorate, you would have forgotten your life as a human entirely. In the end, you would have turned into a creature lacking in the ability to even comprehend its own monstrousness. Fortunately, you were able to avoid that scenario by reclaiming your memories. Though one sped the process along by providing some guidance, the result is entirely a reflection of your own effort.
So, what's gonna happen to Granny?
One will help her reclaim her original form as a wild crane. If it be fated, she may recover her sentience one day.
She's gotta go back to being a regular crane, huh?
Master, you've already done more than enough for me. I don't know how I could possibly repay your kindness. This is a better result than I could have ever hoped for. How much time do I have left?
Not long. The transformation is imminent.
Granny, please don't leave, okay? You're all I have left. Please.
Don't be sad, dear child. Granny has led a wonderful life. My only regret is having to leave you behind. Don't forget to eat well, okay? A growing young lady like yourself needs lots of good food to grow big and strong. Promise Granny you'll take good care of yourself when I'm gone.
I promise, Granny. I'll do whatever you say.
Good girl. Good girl. Don't worry. It's not goodbye forever. Granny's gonna become the most formidable crane in all of Mount Outsung. Granny will train day and night. I won't stop until I can turn into a human without having to rely on anything but my own power. When that day comes, we'll be able to live together again. You and I. How's that sound?
Good.
That's a good girl. Even though we won't see each other for a little while, as long as we both work hard, we're sure to meet again someday.
I'll eat well, Granny. I promise. And I'll wait for you, no matter how long it takes. I'll wait for you to come back.
That's a good girl. Then Granny really has no more regrets. I'm so sorry, Master. Thank you for everything.
Shiryu.
Let her be. At her age, crying is a natural, if not fitting, response to such an event. Tears are a necessary part of maturation. Sometimes there is scarcely a better vehicle to wash away the toll of stress and misery. Now that the issue has been resolved, you should also take a moment to relax. Give yourself some time to rest. Take a nap if you must. One will wake you in due time.
We would see each other again, that our days of separation would finally end, and all my troubles would be behind me. things could stay this way forever.
A nightmare? Curious. If you're relaxed, shouldn't your dreams be pleasant?
It was a good dream. It's just...
You weren't ready to wake up. Eloquent as one may be, words of comfort are not one's strong suit. You are doing all you can. One can see your strength of will, your fearlessness in the face of danger. And so, whatever your dream may be, one believes that you shall achieve it. Of course, whenever the perils you face overwhelm you, or you become weary, one is always here for you. After all, as an elder, it is only right to look out for the young ones.
Grilled chicken drumsticks. Huh? Was Paimon sleeping just now? Oh, Paimon wasn't talking to you. Paimon had a dream about eating grilled chicken drumsticks, that's all.
I didn't think I was very invested in Ethan.
Madam Adeptus?
Oh, Shuyu, you're awake. How do you feel?
I feel a little better. Thanks. I know I'll see Granny again someday, so I don't feel so sad anymore. Madam Adeptus, could I ask you something? Would you take me in as a disciple?
Oh, and have you reasons for this sudden interest?
I know Granny thought what she did back then was wrong. She felt really bad about it. But without that mistake, I would have never been born. Even though Granny lost her memories, she never forgot to show me how much she loved me. So, I thought maybe one day I could become a cool Adeptus like you and help a whole bunch of people, just like Granny wanted to do.
Upon some reflection, one supposes you are no mere mortal. The fact that Yuendai's blood flows through your veins is proof enough of that. If this is what you desire, one shall make it so.
Thank you so much, Madam Adeptus. No, I mean, Master.
Shuyu, are you sure about this? Paimon's gonna let you in on a little secret. We've seen Cloud Retainer's 2 other disciples, and they pretty much eat nothing but bitter herbs like chin-chin and violet grass. If you join them, you'll never enjoy Wanmin Restaurant's delicious cooking ever again.
How utterly preposterous. One has never enforced such a rule. Every individual must find their own path to enlightenment. So long as one retains a pureness of spirit, one's dietary proclivities are quite irrelevant.
Well, you say that, but Paimon's not seeing any tasty treats up here now, is she?
Although Mount Outsong is rich in natural beauty, its location does preclude access to certain finer mortal comforts. That is precisely why one plans to relocate to Liyue Harbor. Shu Yu shall have the honor of becoming one's first disciple in the human world.
Whoa, you're leaving Mount Outsong?
One has never concerned oneself with the location of one's residence. From the very beginning, one has sought only solace and peace. Yet in the end, all of one's disciples ended up in Liyue Harbor. Ganyu, Shenhe, Yuan Dai, they all chose a life among the mortal world. One has reflected on this fact for many years now. One can only assume that it is due to some failing on one's part as an elder or master. A failing, perhaps, of recognizing what it was they truly wanted. One is most curious as to what aspect of Liyue Harbor could have enticed them to remain there. One could hardly offer an opinion on the matter, but perhaps some time in the harbor will prove instructive. Why are you all so silent?
Paimon is, just a bit shocked, that's all. So, does this mean we can grab a meal together in Liyue Harbor sometime?
One has precious little time to squander. However, if one finds oneself otherwise unoccupied, one would not be opposed to the idea. One will be assuming the identity of a human while residing in Liyue Harbor. You should take care to avoid disclosing one's true identity.
Don't worry, we'll help you keep it a secret. So, when can we expect to start seeing you in the city?
Perhaps in 2 days' time. One has some matters to see to before one's departure. Preparation is the key to success, after all. One plans to put up various items from one's collection for sale. The earnings should provide for a comfortable living in Liyue Harbor. One has already picked out a handsome property near Chuhu Rock. 'Tis no small purchase, but what is mortal life if not one expense after another?
Seems like you've really thought of everything. Then how about we meet up in Liyue Harbor in 2 days?
A sensible plan. See you then. Oh, also, why don't you take this suspensus somnium mechanism as a souvenir? Anytime you should feel ill at ease in the future, you may try quieting your mind and sitting in meditation as you listen to its melodies. It might help you find a new perspective.
Awesome! Thanks, Cloud Retainer!
I really like Liyue's character motif of people settling down. John Lee was a god that stepped down from his role. Cloud Retainer is moving into Liyue Harbor. Ganyu moved into Liyue Harbor. Zhao is Zhao. Shenhe. I think my point is clear. I can't quite articulate it because I don't remember the exact position of all the characters' lore, but that is kind of what's happening with basically everyone. I like that idea.
Hey, didn't we promise Shincho that we'd tell him what we found out? Should we make a trip to the Feiyun Commerce Guild? It's totally up to you. So, about your move to Liyue Harbor, you gonna tell the other Adepti about it?
I have left an explanatory note in my abode. Those 2 old fossils will discover it, I am sure, should they come seeking my company. Considering their recent penchant for going off on private escapades, however, I find myself caring little for how they shall receive this news.
By the way, Shuyu, we have a friend who helped us learn a lot of information about your granny. Is it okay if we tell him the full story?
Sure. I don't think Granny would mind. As long as you don't tell a whole bunch of people.
Now I can't kill cranes. Normally I try to kill every crane I come across. There's an achievement for killing one that's flying in the air. I can't try to get that achievement anymore. Because I accidentally kill you and I. Oh dear.
I don't think she'd want too many people to know. They might go to Mount Outsong and start bugging her about it. Granny needs to focus on her training, you know? But telling a friend or two is probably fine.
No worries, our friend can keep a secret.
Yes, that cutscene made me more than tear up. It made me cry, but more than tear up. It was probably audible in my voice. That got me. That really got me. Oh yeah, your boat is a fucking domain. That's the best cutscene in the game.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl. Woo! Toodaloo. Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl. Woo! Toodaloo. Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl. Woo!
We meet again, dear friends. How did everything go?
Great, and it's all thanks to you.
Ah, I see. So the stories didn't get it right after all. Even though she was a celebrated heroine, she had to bear a heavy burden that most could not hope to understand. Thank goodness for the help of that Adeptus. At least she was able to recover what she had lost. Although I cannot claim to know exactly how their story will unfold from here, I trust the ending will be a happy one. Those united in a common purpose always find a way back to each other in the end. Thank you for helping me fill in the gaps. And don't worry, I'll keep this all to myself. It's not my story to tell, after all.
Jihu Rock? Where the fuck is Jihu Rock? I have a feeling I know where she's talking about. Oh fuck! Zhao told us to meet him at... I forgot to meet Zhao. Maybe he's still there. Maybe he's still there. Lantern Rite is still happening. Cause maybe he's there. He said meet down at the place down here, didn't he? Yes. Don't worry, Zhao. A couple of days late. I hope you haven't been waiting too long.
Traveler. Being in the city isn't the only way for me to appreciate the lights and beauty of Lantern Rite. Look. Liyue Harbor lies just beyond this mountain. As long as I stand at this vantage point, I may freely behold the sights of all the kites slowly ascending into the sky. For me, that is enough. I invited you here because there is something I would like to do. I want to release a shell lantern, and I'd like you to be there for it. Yes. I apologize for its crude appearance. I have little skill in that regard. You are very kind, as usual. All right. It's time. Traveler, thank you.
God, I really feel tempted to pull for Zhao, because I think I would like his playstyle. And I like his character, and I love his character design. I love everything about him. It's just the banner he's on is shit, and there are other characters I want. But I know he's not gonna get another run before next Lantern Night. Chances are. So please don't go away, Zhao. Stay here. I want a good pick for you. I would have felt so fucking awful if I later found out this scene existed and I managed to fucking miss it. I always love it when we actually do little stuff like this, just like actually encouraging you to pay attention to dialogue, so you know to meet a character later.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those
You're standing
who
next
share
to someone
memory?
who probably fucking shares memory, you idiot. That's a perfect pose, eh? I imagine with a high level of being that they are, they don't get blinded by looking at the sun. Well, Leo just has like a really good sense of community about all of the characters and the place.
Boats are made for transferring
Leo
commodities
feels like
back
home.
and forth. And those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
At some point, I'm going to have to go through my storage and delete all my Genshin clips. But I'm never going to delete my screenshots. I'm going to keep all my screenshots. They shouldn't be taking up too much storage, and I'd lose way too many good picks like this. I keep on meaning to
wine tastes the
post them,
same
but
as I remember.
Still have never gotten
But
around
where
to
are
it.
those who share the memory?
Right. Happy Lantern Light, Zhao. I have a feeling I might end up regretting having spent my top-ups on C2 Raiden. I don't yet regret it, but I have a feeling I am going to end up regretting it when I don't get another character this year. Or have to fork over extra money for it. Oh! Hello!
I don't get it.
Is something wrong, Shenhe? Tell me. Perhaps I can help.
The color black doesn't get dirty easily, so I thought this outfit would be acceptable to wear to work. But Xiangling told me it was inappropriate. But inappropriate? How?
She probably just meant the outfit isn't suitable for that particular environment and occasion. But for a festival gathering with friends, a nighttime stroll, or an important banquet, your outfit is more than appropriate, Shenhe.
So you're saying it's only something I should wear in front of important people?
I suppose that's another way to think of it.
But the unfortunate thing is that in Mondstadt, no one knows Venti is Venti. In Inazuma, there is still, rightfully so, a level of tension between characters and A, because A was a villain for a while. And so, like, A and Kokomi could never be friends. Wait, that's not going to happen ever. Not really. Have they had? I'm trying to think of interactions they've had. I can't think of any interactions they've actually had. I don't think they've interacted. I don't think I've seen them interact before.
Osmanthus
It just
wine
makes sense.
tastes
No
the
matter
same as I
what,
remember.
there's going to be big tension between them because
But where are
A's
those who
fucking
share the
executed a
memory?
lot of Kokomi's. Possibly Kokomi's friends, quite frankly. So they're never going to be friends. Nahida has unfortunately been in a fucking cage for the last 500 years, so she also doesn't really have any friends. And Farina has her whole Farina situation going on, so she also doesn't really have any friends, and she also... I personally think Farina should have some level of social ineptness. Or social anxiety of some sort, which I think they do try to show a little bit. But again, I think with Farina they slightly dropped the ball with it. Right, I think they... I don't think they dropped the ball, they know what they should really be doing with her character, they just aren't really willing to commit that far of it, which is fine, whatever.
When the sun's out, bathe in sunlight. But when the moon's out, bathe in moonlight.
Every other nation, unfortunately, has fucky shit between the people on the Archon. John Lee, well, I mean, the common people don't know that he's the Archon. But all of our notable characters know he is. And that gives the opportunity for a real sense of companionship between all of them. To me, it's quite clear that Hu Tao knows John Lee is more than he lets on. I don't know if Hu Tao thinks he's Rex Lapis, but she might suspect he's an Adeptus or something. It also seems that she suspects Venti's identity as well. We know Hutao is not fucking as dumb or as much of a crackhead as she makes herself seem to be. She is not stupid. She could figure it out. But a lot of the Valire cast just feels very tight-knit. I love them. Chihu Rock. Is it not marked on that? I thought it was. She did say Chihu Rock, right? Or am I thinking of something else? I was thinking it was like somewhere around here. Or around here. Alright, well, we'll find out in a minute. It's Yinger.
Your concerns are excessive and unfounded. This is but a simple collection of ordinary valuables. Such intense scrutiny is hardly necessary.
To be quite honest, your insistence on that fact is my primary cause for concern. In what way are any of these ordinary? Every single item here could be worth more than everything I own combined. I simply can't risk shelling out that kind of mora without proper scrutiny. If I'm wrong, I would never be able to earn it back, not even if I worked every single day for the rest of my life. I have to be careful. Yes, you can never be too careful.
We're here, Clow. Miss Shanyon, what are you guys arguing about?
Ah, perfect timing. This ignoramus is questioning the authenticity of my wares. I'll have you know, these items have remained untouched in my personal collection for several hundred years. To question their legitimacy is pure folly.
Several hundred years?
Indeed. They're family heirlooms, you see, passed down over many generations, as families are wont to do.
Yep, they've definitely been around a while. We can vouch for her on that one.
Just don't try a paper trail, you know, it's a good thing. It's a good thing we aren't in modern day, because otherwise these fucking Adepti would have to do a lot of paperwork and shit to try to make themselves seem legit.
Hear that? Had I not found myself in need of Mora, I would scarcely have had the heart to part with them. Indeed, you should consider it an honor to even have the opportunity to behold them with your own eyes. Doubt their authenticity any further, and I may just decide to take them to another buyer.
Whoa, please don't go! I apologize for any insult, miss. You see, I know full well that I lack the knowledge to judge the true worth of these items. If you could wait but a moment, I've hired an expert to appraise them for me. He should be here shortly.
Okay, John Lee, let's go.
An expert, you say? Very well.
Come on,
I will
John
wait
Lee.
for a little while longer,
Please.
then.
Please, John Lee,
Traveler,
screen
Paimon. This is my new residence. If you have cause to seek my company in the future, this is where you can find me.
Master! Oh, it's you two again. Hello.
Shuyu! You got a new outfit! It looks great on you.
Mm-hmm. Master made it for me. I like it too.
Huh? You know how to make clothes?
Do I know how to make clothes? With the support of the proper mechanism, sewing is hardly a challenge.
Paimon, what the fuck do you mean? We've met Ganyu and Shenhe. Both of their clothes are made by Cloud Retainer. This is another reason why I really like the link between all these characters, because it's a cohesive design. It's just a lovely symbolic of their relationship. It's great.
Master, I brought in most of my stuff. There's a few boxes left, but they're kind of heavy, so I just left them outside.
Fret not. I shall help you move them into your room.
Actually, I should probably sort through my stuff a bit first. Everything's kind of messy right now, so maybe you could, not look yet, Master? Yeah, that'd be great.
It appears my young apprentice has her own fair share of secrets. No matter. Do what you must, child. Now, this expert you mentioned, when can we expect their arrival?
Soon. Ah, there he is! Here, allow me to make some introductions. This is Mr. Zhongli, a well-respected consultant at Wangshang Funeral Parlor and an expert in all manner of valuables and antiques. Mr. Zhongli, this is Miss Shenyun. She's the one who's looking to sell the collection of valuables I mentioned earlier.
Huh.
If it isn't Miss Shenyun. It has been quite some time since our last meeting. What a serendipitous reunion.
Indeed, most serendipitous. Have you been faring well as of late, Mr. Zhongli?
Quite well, thank you. I was fortunate enough over the past few days to enjoy both a stroll in the mountains and a fresh brew of tea from the most recent harvest. The experiences left me with such insight and peace.
Huh. So you two are already acquainted?
Indeed. How fortunate we are that fate has brought us together again. If you are otherwise unaware, allow me to inform you that Miss Shenyun is a well-regarded collector and appraiser. She is well-versed in all fields, and oft-celebrated for her impeccable taste. You stand to gain much from this opportunity.
You are too kind, Mr. Zhongli. True collectors pride themselves on their wealth of knowledge and eye for detail. I can say without a doubt that you are foremost in that regard.
Why, you flatter me, Miss Shenyun. It would seem that you are as self-effacing as ever.
Not at all, Mr. Zhongli. Not at all.
While I am loath to butt into this conversation, I must ask, you two already knew each other, and you seem to have quite a cordial relationship. Can I be certain that you're not working together to swindle me? I mean, you never know.
Huh! A preposterous accusation. The heavens themselves would collapse before we would conspire to do such a thing.
Miss Shenyun speaks the truth. Contracts are built on honesty and trust. If that proves to be beyond your capabilities in this instance, this transaction may be taken elsewhere.
Say no more. Let us depart.
I jest. What fool would still harbor doubts after Mr. Zhongli himself has vouched for the goods? Miss Shenyun, wait! I deeply apologize for doubting you. So, Mr. Zhongli, could you please give me a final verdict on the value of these items?
There is no cause for concern. They are indeed rare and precious valuables. Take this mechanism, for instance. Though one may not immediately perceive its purpose, its structure and appearance are exquisite enough to merit it a place in any fine home. The same can be said for this one here. Few could hope to possess an item that so perfectly blends mechanical wonder with geometric grace. I am sure you have heard from your travels that the study of mechanisms is among the most wondrous arts in this world. With that in mind, I earnestly recommend procuring every last item in this collection.
All right. Since I hired you as my consultant, Mr. Zhongli, I shall, of course, trust your good opinion. Then, in that case, Miss Shenyun, I'll take the lot. However, since the final sum is quite large, how about we start with an initial deposit through the Northland Bank?
The Northland Bank? Huh. Oh, you refer to the fiduciary house. Oh, very well.
I fear people only use the term bank nowadays. In that case, I'll be off for now. I'll return to collect the goods once you've received the funds.
Zhongli!
My friends, have you been doing well?
I love how much screen time John Lee is getting recently. I love it. I was so... Remember when we finished John Lee's story quest, the reason why I held it off so long was because I didn't want to... I thought that John Lee wouldn't show up often. So it's like he's kind of like a legacy character. He was one of the first characters ever in the game. So I felt like he would rarely show up. And so I thought, we'll put this story quest off for months. Because I just don't want to burn through all John Lee content and then never see him again. And then he gets big and I'm like, right, I like his kit. He's one of my favorite characters. Need him. Got him. It's really good. Now I can listen to John Lee's lovely voice and look at his lovely face whenever I desire. And then he shows up in the poetry event with Hutao. Ah, jolly good. And then he's all over Lantern, right? And he shows up in some other things as well, didn't he? He's getting so much screen time. I love it. I love you, John Lee. Like the best character in the game.
We've been great! How about you? Paimon didn't know you were such a busy consultant!
My days have been quite pleasant as well. I had been quietly enjoying a cup of tea when Mr. Xiaozu requested my services. As for you, Miss Shenyun, I presume you must be looking to settle in the city?
I must say, the name Shenyun sounds exceedingly strange coming from you. Perhaps you could dispense of that particular epithet in further conversation.
Whatever for. Am I not addressing you as a friend should?
Well, that is true, but... Alas, refer to me however you will. After all, a name exists such that others may address you with it. One is hardly ignorant of that fact.
It would seem that you have gained many valuable insights over the years, Cloud Retainer.
One has indeed. One's previous days were all brief. Now that one has made up one's mind to move and settle, one has gained a much better appreciation of the hubbub and commotion of the city, as well as the people's hard work and ardor. This city is much changed from how it was more than 1,000 years ago.
Not unlike the ocean tides, so too shall the movement of people ebb and flow. From turmoil to peace, enlightenment to aspiration. Human society possesses limitless potential. In another 1,000 years, the scene we witness here may change in ways that are impossible for either of us to imagine.
Alright, that's enough reflection for one day. No need to get all sentimental on us.
You make a valid point, Paimon. Now that the sale has concluded, what say one plays the host as we try some specialty dishes together? One must profess great interest in trying bamboo shoot soup.
Perhaps you have forgotten, Cloud Retainer, but I once tried my hand at that dish. You were at the table on that occasion, so logic dictates that you should have already tried it.
Oh? What occasion was this?
It was a reunion between friends several centuries ago. Alas, you must have been too preoccupied to secure yourself a portion. Or perhaps our other companions simply availed themselves of faster reflexes on that occasion.
Huh! Hardly. 'Twas most certainly out of consideration for the others in attendance. In but a moment, one will show you what it means to have a true deftness of hand. It is settled then. Bamboo shoot soup, mora meat, crab roe tofu, triple-layered consommé. We shall enjoy the lot. One has already passed word to Shenhe and Ganyu to make a reservation. It is prime time for them to meet one's newest disciple. Is that agreeable to everyone?
It should be a most splendid occasion.
Shu Yu, come now, it is time to dine. Ah, this gentleman over here is Mr. Zhang Li. He is,
A humble employee of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
John Lee too is extraordinarily humble.
Nice to meet you too, Mr. Zhongli.
That should be everyone, right? Let's go!
Sounds good. Actually, Master, have you ever tried Adeptus' temptation? I heard it's impossible to stop eating after even just one bite. You know, 'cause it's super tempting and stuff. Is that true?
That sounds rather implausible. Although with the right preparation, certain dishes can be too delicious to resist.
Huh? Why are you all walking
that's definitely one of my favorites.
One may have won the kite flying competition you hung, but this prize should truly be reserved for another.
You need not be so humble, Honored Adeptus. Among all the kites, yours was quite literally a cut above the rest. Please accept this prize. You deserve it. Besides, I'm quite certain we owe a fair share of the success of this year's lantern rite to you.
If you insist, then one can hardly continue to refuse. However, there is another matter with which one would ask your assistance.
Of course.
One would be much obliged if you could distribute this case of Sunglow tea among the Millilith on duty. The security of the festivities rests entirely on their shoulders, after all. One presumes they could always benefit from something to invigorate their spirits.
Cloud Retainer is so thoughtful and attentive to others' needs. I would expect nothing less of an esteemed adeptus such as herself. Understood. I'll get on that right away.
A fortuitous result indeed. One's tea surplus has hitherto resolved itself.
Catching plunge. Catching Yao Yao, Cloud Retainer. Official? How does that team go? I feel like that has a lot of potential. Fuck yeah, that's again. Like, Jean is actually like a really good character to have. Like, she makes so many new teams. It's just it's just not the right time for me. So this is where you're living now. I love that as well. I was gonna say up until like I was gonna say that I wish it was kind of more about Cloud Retainer. I do feel like we should have placed more emphasis on how the obvious themes of the story relate to Cloud Retainer herself, and how she should make sure to be spending more time with Ganyu and Shenhe. But it's... you have to think, should the story quests necessarily be about the character? Or should they just be good stories, just overall? Do they have to focus on the character, or can we just have them be the centerpiece, but still just have other characters, even if, like, they steal the show? Because my love for the Leeway characters, there's a lot for that as well. Why is there bush? I get, like, maybe a pot of that. These are literally bushes. What? What is going on? Okay, and now I want to know, are there other Leeway characters around? Who the fuck are you? Yeah, I want to take a look around, actually. Let's look for some more characters. Zhao catching Cloud Retainer, Ganyu Shenhe.
Take it easy.
We've never seen where John Lee actually lives, have we? Something I really love about John Lee is he really likes to focus on just enjoying being alive. I think John Lee really handles his theme very well. amazing Joe's gone. Yeah, on cheat sheet. Let's cheat.
Right.
Place to go for classic U edition.
Our kite is so high up. Thank you for inviting me, Yao Yao. I am having a lot of fun.
I'm glad. If you want, we can go fly kites some other time, too. The fun doesn't have to end today.
Really?
How about we do it during the day next time? That way, we can see the design better. When it flies super high up, it will look exactly like a real finch.
Okay. Can I take this kite to bed with me?
But of course.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
There's a really interesting video on YouTube. I think it is titled "Every Journey Has Its Final Day, Don't Rush," and it just pans through like a fan edit of all of the nations destroyed, Fontaine flooded. Which is a really interesting video. What are you three chatting about? God, I wish I could be classy enough to actually like fucking sit on a fence like that. Doing something like that just mainly makes you like 100% more badass. Yun Jin didn't make an appearance this lantern, right? Did she? No, it did Jin Yan, but is anyone really upset about that? Again, I really appreciate the Lantern Rite story. Also, in both of these story quests, really, that we've done today, nothing like dramatic happened. We didn't have to save the world. They're all personal stories. Think about personal stories are easier to write. They're better. They're better for marketing characters, banners. They're just better in every way. They're also cheaper to make. I wanna keep looking. Imagine if we're gonna find Hu Tao anywhere, it'd be funeral parlor or back in the town. Well, probably not, because I mean we already met her there. Yummy.
So you're still a big fan of winter melon cake then?
Huh? Oh, I guess you heard everything Paimon was saying, huh?
Of course. She was talking about you. As your father, how could I not listen? Remember back when you were a kid, and you would sit on my shoulders to watch the Wushu dance. On our way back home, you would beg me to buy you some winter melon cake. We would only buy 2 at a time, but before long, we tried the winter melon cake from every vendor that street had to offer. There was also that one time you used your pocket money to treat me. Do you still remember?
Yeah, I remember.
That was the best winter melon cake I ever had.
Let's go back sometime. The shop's still there, and I remember the way. My treat, just like before.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
mean, if I have missed anything, there'll be YouTube videos up on it anyway, with people that make videos compiling or like NPC appearances involved like this. Again, I just wish things like this happened more often, and that they gave you a couple Pinot gems on the side for it, just to give you reason to actually do it. Yeah, Liyue feels so much more alive than the other nations. Feels, I mean, Inazuma, but every nation feels alive, but it's just gonna. Every nation has a housing crisis, but I think Liyue suffers the least from it.
Together.
But again, the way I take it is simply that the game isn't quite. The open world isn't necessarily canonical. It's canonically bigger than it is.
Oh, Lantern Rite was simply amazing. I'm not sure I'll be able to sleep tonight. Oh, that? Yeah, interesting story. It was invented by a guy from Fontaine. His name is Ildison.
Oh, imagine if they had Linny and Annette show up for Lantern Rite to do a magic trick.
He's always tinkering away at some mechanism or another. He's even asked the Steambird to write about his inventions on more than one occasion. I believe I have a direct quote from him about this particular one. Yes, here it is. The device is powered entirely by mechanical components without the need for any additional energy source. Basically, it's a manually operated cranking device. How high it can fly entirely depends on how much force you can exert. Combining this invention with a kite. What a great idea, right? Oh, my conversation with Mr. Ip went really well. I've already sent the first draft of my article back to the Steambird. It's a piece that contains all the pertinent information while also telling a story. I'm quite proud of it. Oh, that reminds me. I should thank everyone who made this possible for me. Especially that spirited lady with those peculiar turns of phrase. Miss Shenyun was her name, right? It was all thanks to your connections and creativity. I would have never thought I'd be able to bring such a special gift back to Fontaine with me. This was my first time experiencing a foreign holiday in person. It was so exciting! The festive atmosphere, the contagious holiday spirit, the profound, storied cultural traditions steeped in symbolism. Oh, I almost forgot. Kuching even gave me a kite with a poem on it that she wrote herself. It goes, "Dreams are like paper kites. With them do our hopes take flight. Sailing high above the clouds, they yearn for something more profound. Yet try we may and try we might. A deeper truth waits in plain sight. Though we hang our hopes in skies abound, many joys lie on the ground." I want to include this poem in my special feature on Lantern Rite. I'm sure a lot of people will love it. Yep, and happy Lantern Rite to you.
But I thought Zhang Ling would be somewhere. Yeah, I really feel like it would do so much for the game's world building, like a surprising amount, if they literally just dotted some fucking houses around just anywhere. Not worth it. No.
Take it easy.
It's like not even make new assets, just copy and paste some houses that we've seen before. Some placeholder fucking house assets. And it'll be good enough. Just anything to show that there's more people living here. I don't think any other story quest in the game has got me like that cutscene did today. I was not expecting that. I did not think I was invested in Ether. There's been numerous times where I've said, "Oh, I'm so fucking not invested in Ether." I guess I underestimated that. But again, I mean, come on, it's been years since we've had even a fucking glimpse of him. Come on, something's got to happen. I'm not a fan of waiting a year for like a tiny little lore dump and then eventually it's gonna fucking become relevant. In the time between the lore dumps, you forget what the last one was. And of course, there's a hell of a lot of build-up for you really need to deliver that arc, because if that arc fucks up, then it's gonna be a big disappointment. Alright. Chaoying Village. Shangling, do you happen to be here? Also, obviously, adding Chenyu Vale like this is also done a lot for the Liyue housing crisis. Right, yeah, no one's here. But yeah, earlier today, I found this. This was right here. I just somehow missed it all this time.
Quake! Unsolicited, and all the more valuable for it. Certainly worth the extra mile.
There's not gonna be anyone here.
If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
I mean, Mondstadt is not a fucking country. 5 people live in Mondstadt. There's a grand total of like 5 houses in Mondstadt. Here they are, here's 5 of them. You can actually count. You can actually count, okay? This is not a house, this is not a house. And still these are fucking bars and shit, right? But let's assume they have people living on like, other floors, like in reality. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's be generous, count as 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's the shop. So 14, 15, 16. Mona's house. 17, 18, 19, 20. Have I counted? None of these have people living in them. I forgot what the count was at. 21, 20, like 20 houses. 20 something houses here. Unless some of these houses have like many families living in them, Mondstadt genuinely is a population of less than 100. Which is fucking tiny. And there's Springvale with literally 5 houses. Again, the housing crisis is what I mean by that. I've explained it before. The housing crisis is built. The housing crisis is literally just world building wise. It doesn't make sense that there's so few houses around. Was supposed to dawn right anyway. Like, Mondstadt is genuinely tiny. There are not enough people living in Mondstadt to fill up a single lecture room at uni. It's the bigger lecture rooms, but genuinely. Like, no shit. There's not enough people living in Mondstadt to fill the fucking cathedral. There isn't. There genuinely isn't, actually. Let's go there. So these houses, they can't be individual houses, they have to have multiple families in them. Assuming each family is a family of 4, which of course is not the case. Can you hear some hum? It's just a world building issue. It simply doesn't make sense. Even with how few there are here, there's still not enough for them to all be filled. Doors open. Well, Mondstadt is just pathetically small. The problem with Liyue is that up until now, the entire population was concentrated in Liyue Harbour. And Liyue Harbour, it doesn't look like it, but it has more than Mondstadt. Definitely. Not a lot more, but yeah, more than Mondstadt. And there are some houses you can come across around the place. There's Chingsei Village. And there's some people that live in houses out of the way. Like, we believe Yalan lives somewhere around here, canonically. There's people who live on J Chamber. And there's some people that live elsewhere, because that's where they're stationed, like at the chasm. And then now we have the entire edition of Chenyu Vale, which introduces 2 whole towns. So I still think Liyue should still have more houses, but I think it's the closest to not having the housing crisis. Inazuma, man. This is it. This is the entirety of Inazuma's population on the screen right now. It is absurd. But I think there's houses in Rito, maybe? Rito is more of a marketplace. Kujo encampment is a military camp. Another military camp. This island is entirely uninhabited. This island is entirely uninhabited. These islands are entirely uninhabited. And Sangonomiya Shrine has like 5 houses here and then a shrine. So Inazuma is in a bad state. Sumeru? Port Ormos? Granara Village? Gandharvaville? Sumeria City, Palace of Alcazar. I think I actually pronounced that correctly. Paradise DI, even though Paradise DI is literally one room. So no one's living there. Caravan Rebart. Aru Village. There's people living in the desert, though you might have killed most of them. And that's it for Sumeru. Fontaine has a housing crisis, actually. Arguably almost as bad as Inazuma, actually, because the entire population of Fontaine is concentrated here. There is genuinely nowhere else in Fontaine with a population. Not even, people like being stationed elsewhere. No one lives here, no one lives here, no one lives here. There's like 3 houses up here. There's like 1 house up on this mountain, I think. So the entire Fontaine population is in here, which gives us a population more than Mondstadt, but probably less than every other nation, actually. Fontaine has a housing crisis as well. I think it's simply a matter of the world isn't quite big enough for it to be realistic. What should I do on my 40 resin? Chance domain? Chance domain. I've done 1 chance today. Tartaglia? Age the Heart. I need to fight Age the Heart, don't I? Yeah, I think I need to fight you.
You're trembling. Is it the cold or just cowardice?
Witness the power of Gurwa! Know my sword! Gotcha! Here comes the catch!
Into the frozen void!
No. Okay.
Solidify!
Lance our energy.
Busted.
You can indeed do that. I figured that out recently. Okay, that's gonna destroy that. Maybe that will refresh us from the distance. No, it won't. Okay.
Stabilize.
Oh well.
Let me weave you a verse. Rain outlines your face. These are about to get dicey.
Embrace your searing reckoning!
I don't think I was quite appreciated that each one of Nouvelette's Rainsword hits deals as much damage as a Hu-Tao charge attack.
Body and mind.
Against this boss anyway, but of course this boss has high pyro res, I'm pretty sure.
Gather!
Time to act. Let me weave you a verse. Gotcha.
I never asked for redemption.
Never.
I could work with someone. If they're dual scalar, it's brilliant. That could, like, if you swapped a HP and attacker, that would work really well on Hutan. That's the thing, like, attack is fine as a substat, just don't go for it as a main stat on Hutan. I don't do the maths, but it's not hard. Alright. I wasn't expecting the stream to be 4.5 hours long, but it has been.
This realm is...
How are you not maxed friendship? Come on.
If you ever...
It's gonna sound, I've had Kazuha for this long. Remind you, Kazuha was one of the first 5 stars I got. My first 5-star was Nahida, my second was Ganyu, my third was Jean. Did I get Kazuha or Yaimiko first? I think I got Yaimiko first.
Osmanthus wine
But
tastes
after
the same
Yaimiko
as
is
I
then Kazuha.
remember. But where are those who share the memory?
And also, I'm now wondering, like, what percentage of my characters from Leeway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know, Kazuha. Where are you from, Kazuha? From Inazuma, who's currently with Leeway's fleet. You were released before Inazuma. I'll count you as a Leeway character. Okay, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
11,
But where are those who share the memory?
13, 14, 15. 15 Leeway characters.
Silly churl,
Mondstadt characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so less Mondstadt, but not as few as I was thinking. Inazuma. 1, 2.
But where are those who share the memory?
3, 4. I feel like I've missed one. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and
5,
forth. And those that come across
6.
Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
7, 8.
Osmanthus
9,
wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those
10
who
Inazuma. I have
share?
less from Inazuma than from Mondstadt. Mary, this is going to be released. 1. 2. Is that right? Yeah. 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, haven't done Fontaine yet, have I? This should probably be released. 1, 2, 3, 4. Five.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see
So
Leroy's tourist spots.
Of course, just Fontaine hasn't been out for as long. I heard the other day the last 5-star character from Mondstadt to release was Eula. And I was like, no fucking way. No, it's true. If you go down the list, the last 5-star from Mondstadt was Eula. Which feels fucking weird. Our last Inazuma 5-star. Our last Inazuma 5-star was Wanderer. So it has been a while for Inazuma. Our last Sumeru 5-star was Alhaitham. Damn. Our last Liyue was Cloudretainer, but before Cloudretainer was Baiju. Our last Fontaine was Navia. God damn. Please, just rerun her already. It's so agonizing waiting so long. Yeah, Nilu was one of the first characters I got to fucking play as. Because her Nahida's banner was the first one where I was actually playing the game. I started during Aika and Shenhe's banner, but I started playing the game, I put the game down, and I didn't pick it up again for like another week. So I was busy playing Resident Evil 4 Remake. Yes. So there's a parallel reality where I had more wishes. If I'd played during that first week with... Fuck it, maybe if I'd played during that first week, instead of skipping Aika Shenhe, I could have gotten Nilu as well as Nahida. But then I wouldn't have gotten Ganyu. That would have been... That's an interesting reality. My current wish count: 17 pity, 44. That gives... I really should be able to do this maths, man. There's 61 plus 32 pity, 93. And I also have some Genesis crystals I could convert. How many wishes is 1,329? It's less than 10, but it's more than 5. 8? 800 is 5. One 1,120 is 7. So yeah, this is like 8.5. 8 1/3. So about 101 wishes right now. So if I wanted, I could get Cloudretainer. It does suck, but I have to skip her. And I have to skip Zhao as well. And who knows, I'm potentially skipping next patch as well. Oh, it's brutal. The thing about skipping is just that it gives you less stuff to look forward to. That's a gambling addict in me talking. I'm gonna let him talk for a minute. It just gives you less to look forward to. The thing is, in Genshin, everything you do is working towards more Primogems to get more characters. Or it is building said characters once you've got them. So when you're skipping banners, it doesn't feel good. You don't have anything else to do. It feels like you're not doing anything or achieving anything. But then, of course, if you instead pay money on said banners, then you feel shit about yourself for making stupid financial decisions. So again, it's another kind of vulnerability of a banner system. It's brilliant. I mean, that's that. I should go find out if there's any uni work I need to do.